Hello, hello, Imagine the and it's hopefully time to finish prototype 3. Oh my gosh, this thing is just feeling long in the tooth. As I try to solve the greatest mystery left, why that final fight lags. Besides the obvious, yes, it's RPGMaker. Of course it lags. Why wouldn't it lag? Oh hey Mike, how's it going? Oh yeah. You got some people from GGG who are giving it 5-star reviews. Oh, sorry, customers who say it's not GGG's fault. It's all, Unity's fault because Unity can't handle multiple like lots of files and stuff. Meanwhile, I look over at my, Unreal Engine thingy and just drag and dropping, singular images like crazy and using stupid amounts going, Unreal Engine handles it fine. Why'd you pick Unity if it doesn't work? Why did you pick the Unreal Engine? They aren't giving anything for free with that thing. That thing's pure money grab. Yeah. They have emo sets now? Oh my god. That's exciting. In that them wanting more money out of people kind of way. Me laughing at them. I guess it's not really exciting when you think about it like that. I'm just saying. Close up all these 9 million things I have off to the side here. I think I'm really just down to one thing to do. And no desire to do it. Yes. No desire. Yes. Yes. Fix the lag problem. Yep. There it is. That's the last thing. Looking for a reason not to do it. Some sort of alternate thing I could work on. Oh, okay. Well, Yeah, I don't know. It's such a half-baked product. I'm surprised how many people are looking at it though. Like when I went to their thing there, there's like over 30,000 views on their thing. So clearly people are looking at it. But yeah, pretty much. It's just I don't understand. That's kind of the plan. And that's kind of what streaming does. You see all their DLC. I am told they have a lot of it, but I'm not surprised. Well, if everyone goes and uses Unite, I'm just going to go over using Unreal Engine, and we'll forget MZ exists. Perfect plan. I could have just written Unite in the title, and it probably would have been like getting a whole bunch of people, and they're like, he's not using Unite. But they wouldn't even know if I was using Unite or not, to be 100% honest. They'd look at the game and be like, it's in Unite, it's fine. I know where to start with this stupid lag problem. Alright. So there's no new. I guess I could shut off the regular enemies during the fight. I guess. I could also reduce the number of destroyables. Hmm. Make certain this works. Yeah. Unite's going to be I think a continual dumpster fire for us to warm our, drama, hold drama hearts next to pretty much for at least a month or two to come before we discover if it's a complete failure or not. Granted, I think it's somehow outstripped by the Siggy drama more than that. But that could just be because I hang out in the Discords. And that's like all I've heard about lately. I want to make certain this is working before I tweak it. And no, I'm not going to listen to that music the whole time. I'm currently arguing to myself, like, which would I rather solve, like, less, the lag problem or the mouse issue. Both of them sound terrible. Well, one of them is necessary to release. The other is just an obnoxious bug that I can still release the thing with the bug. So, I should probably unlock all these things, all these abilities. I mean, technically, they don't make either the game completely unplayable either way. And if I was EA, I'd kick it out the door, you know, with both the bugs, but And I know maybe like 2 or 3 people will ever even play this fight, to be completely honest. I think now if I make indie games, I'm just going to make them half an hour long, because it's about how long you have with reviews anyway. So you just make it the greatest half an hour of their lives, and then they're upset when it's done, because there's no more. Whereas you spend all this time making your game any longer than that, and people give up long before that anyway. Granted, this time I'm actually going to advertise the game a bunch, so after I kick this version out the door, because it's a much better version. The first 2 versions were pretty bad, so...
Are you ready?
Okay, the first one was awful. The second one's bad, but at least it was more functional.
I sense danger. Don't even try. I need more energy. Don't even try. Don't even try.
So F8 this.
I wonder where I can find that. Never.
The heart appeared this time too. Interesting. Alright, so what's F8 say? Yeah, so boss summons is happening, okay. But it seems like there's way more than... Well, a lot of times there's way more than I think.
Take cover. Take cover. Take cover.
I only see 2 on the map though, so I guess that's fair.
Take cover.
I wonder if the particles are the problem. It's just not deleting them correctly. Oh god, I hate looking through other people's plugins. It's like the worst thing ever. Where, oh, where do you store your crap? It's actually game map P emitter array. Really? Actually, let's do this in reverse order. So it doesn't show this at the bottom of a huge array. I just want to see the name. Because it's very likely that it just is not getting rid of the array at all. Because everyone and their grandmother who programs for this is like the worst programmer imaginable, and that they don't worry at all about memory management. But to be fair, neither does RM, so... I mean, I guess I can't really fault them. They learned from RM, who just sits there and goes, we'll just leave it in RAM forever. How come our game lags out after a certain period of time? I have no idea.
You ready?
None at all. Really? Maybe because you literally have like an endless amount of arrays that just get bigger and bigger and bigger. Mind-boggling.
Are you ready?
I would say memory management's a lost art, but I don't even know it was a found art in the first place.
I sense danger.
Every time I see a preload plugin, I just laugh. I'm just like, you fools. You're actually causing the lag in your own game with your preload plugin. Do you understand why preload plugins are dumb? RAM has no problem loading these images at warp speed. If my game isn't evidence of that, I don't even know what is. But you do have a limited pool of resources. And it's much more limited because of JavaScript.
Don't even try. I wonder where I can find that.
And the very nature of how browsers handle it. Alright. Well, this should actually just be a constant stream of why bother. Alright. Are we, ending up more or less? $160. Let's just keep running for a while and see what happens. I'm gonna leave that closed though, because console's the worst thing ever. It uses a lot of resources, so if your game barely uses any resources, you can run with it open and it's fine. But this game is assuredly not the game that uses very little resources, so thankfully Binky's a particle using machine. Binky's probably the biggest defender because fires actually spawn more fires. How we doing, buddy? It's still 168. I think it is cleaning. I mean, frame mini. There's the enemy fires, so oh, let's just keep running. Let's give it like a good 5 minutes of Binky spamming crap. Actually, no, I'll kill bosses and then we'll see how it changes. Come on, Binky, jump over into this. You know you want to. That was actually one of the strategies I found to be really good against him. you get him to jump over into this because they all have a way to close the gaps. If you can actually convince him to jump directly into one of these, he takes a lot of damage.
I wouldn't go there.
Unfortunately, he's not that easy to get to do that sometimes. You can also just, well, he should be immune to Firewall. I might make him immune to Firewall. In a future version. Not this version, I don't care that much.
I wouldn't go there.
He doesn't have that much health. Should just shoot him. Should also not stand in that. Because it still does a fair amount of damage. I mean, you have a lot more health at this point.
I need more energy.
These tigers are so crappy. I'm gonna need to go out of my way to make them less crappy.
Take cover.
Well, I wanted him to spawn a bunch of crap, so this is coming out okay.
Boom, baby. Don't even try.
Alright, next one.
You are finished.
Boom, baby.
I don't even normally have Firewall 2 in all my tests because it's so hard to get.
Finished.
But
Take
with
cover.
everything unlocked, I have it. So the battle's probably not actually fair. I probably should test it with Firewall 1.
Boom, baby.
Even though Firewall 2 is basically the best spell in the game at the moment.
You are finished.
Boom, baby.
You are finished.
Boom, baby.
These things are crappy. I should just remove them. They don't
Boom,
handle
baby.
stuff very well.
Don't even
Shut.
try.
Got him in a loop. Nice.
Boom, baby.
You
Boom,
are
baby.
finished. You are finished.
Well, that should be... I don't think he even used poison at any point. And it won't fail me.
Boom,
He loves her
boom,
stuff here.
boom, baby.
What are we doing on the old emitter thing there? It doesn't really matter which one it is, I guess. Oh, it's still sitting at about the same. Actually, it's sitting at less because it was 165 previously. So I don't think it's that the particles aren't going away. Yeah, I don't think that's the problem at all. Huh.
Don't even try.
There has to be something that I'm missing. Some place where information's still stockpiling.
Boom, baby. Don't even try. Boom, baby. Boom, baby.
I mean, well... Um... $144, yeah, it's going down. $133 events, sounds about right. By this point, like, there have already been thousands of events spawned and despawned. It's silly. Like, every time Binky would launch his fire thing there, that was probably 10 events right there, and then it would spawn another 10 off of that. Every time Poppet's, you know, firewall targeting is up, every frame it spawns, actually every 2 frames it spawns 3 more events and gets rid of the other ones there, so that thing's spawning a fortune. So by now, this alone would have been so huge, so that's not the issue at all. Could be this awful self-variable thingy that I've already had to do things to try to fix in the first place. They don't keep them as a giant list, do they? Do they? Actually, game self variables there. No, actually, let's still check and see if I can get away with looking at that. I don't think I can. Oh, maybe I can. Uh-oh. Ew. Oh. Let's look for stuff that's I mean, the block numbers make sense, sure. I mean, I guess I don't technically remove those, but there's so few of them. I don't think that's the issue. Because I actually coded into my event spawner the ability to get rid of these self variables when it destroys an event too. Because it was a problem. So whenever an event's destroyed, it would do that. And the reason why these don't do it is they're not destroyed, they're just always there. Could spawn them in. I'm actually tempted to spawn everything in so I can just destroy it and have even better memory management. I mean, you can erase an event that is not spawned in. It's just I need it. How am I going to respawn it without a record of it somewhere, right? I don't think that's the cause. How my cell switches looking? They look fine for what's going on. Don't see anything weird. I'm just looking for something that's continuously growing. There are a lot of variables, but to be 100% fair, them's also a lot of stuff going on, and there's a lot of global crap set, so I'm not too surprised. But I mean, 374 is not even egregious because literally I've spawned in thousands of events by this point, so if it was really keeping them there, there would be thousands of these things. Huh. And I mean, the memory manager's already working overtime here. It's also possible that I just had my computer running for so long yesterday that
Take cover.
the RAM itself was just loaded with crap and I didn't get around to really clearing it. We'll run the thing again and see how it goes.
Don't even try.
Darkness is kind of annoying.
Take cover.
Boom, baby.
To the surprise of nobody, it makes it hard to see things. Like Anna's other attacks.
Boom, baby. Boom, baby.
That's fair. I don't stream on the weekends, but then I work my regular job on the weekends, and I've definitely been feeling the not feeling so great lately
Boom,
from it.
baby. Boom, baby. Boom.
I'm a little obsessive. Yeah, I've been streaming like 5 to 7 hours a day, 5 days a week on top of regular work.
Take cover.
The thing is that YouTube only really rewards you if you keep doing it. But I also recognize it's probably too much, honestly, with the other work, so. I thought Tori was not even streaming tonight because last night I was like, ugh, feeling terrible. But I also told the person I'd have this out by, you know, like Monday for their stream. So it's supposed to be this Monday. No, well, like the previous Monday, but
Take cover.
that wasn't happening.
Boom, baby.
I'm starting to see a little bit of a lag there.
Destroy.
Boom, baby.
I mean, maybe my image plugin is it has some sort of hole in it somewhere, I guess.
Destroy.
I don't know.
Baby.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna
Destroy.
change up the plan here. Originally, it was just gonna be streaming 3 hours a night, 5 days a week, and that's fine. That's like 15 hours. That ain't anything bad. But then people get to watching, and I get to working on things, and
Destroy.
one thing leads to another. Hours go by, and yeah.
Boom, baby.
If I didn't have any other job, it wouldn't be that bad, I think. But I'm pretty far from making money off this, so
Boom, baby.
closer than I am to making money off the actual game, though. Oh wait, that
Hey,
sucks.
buddy.
Oh wait, why am I using this to fight him? This is like the worst. This is not even that good against him. Wow. Gotta be careful not to go inside of something, because if you do that, then you get dumped right back into the danger zone, and you might die.
Hey, buddy.
I wouldn't go there.
Destroy.
I wouldn't go there.
To be completely honest, I could probably kick this out the door, and it wouldn't even matter, because almost no one's getting to this fight anyway. And then just, you know, release a better patched version later. That might happen. Yeah, there's the drop. But if it only drops when he spawns in, I don't really care, because it goes right back. So my only concern is if it goes beyond a certain point. Oops, I'm not paying attention to my health. I know your weakness. I know which range you do stuff at. I programmed you. I am the master here. We'll see about that. Yeah, it goes right down to the lag problem, so. I think 3 enemies. So, or number of emitters. I mean, it is spamming this, so it is like, yeah, the emitters are not the problem. We're fine with that. Article emitter once again proves that it's really good. It's just that RPGMaker has proven that it's not very good. So sad this guy left the community too. Actually, it could be a woman. I actually don't know on this one, but they're like, yeah, we'll port this over to MZ for you, because they thought my game for MV was so cool, and I was like, yeah, I want to do this in MZ, and they're like, yeah, I'll do that, and then never heard from them again after that. I was like, oh. Though to be honest, it works. I think it was Tsukihime. Yeah. Tsukimi? Yeah, Tsukimi, or something like that. I was thinking someone else, but yeah. They just left. And this was a while ago. They're not coming back. This was years ago. Pretty much like right after MZ came out. I think like 3 or 4 months is when I actually mentioned it. Person was super excited, and then I never heard from him again. And I was like, oh. But, oh. Thankfully, it just worked. It just Todd Howarded. It just worked. Guess we'll check the old game switches real quick here, just to double check that. Game variables. There's 1,000 of. Ooh, wait a minute. No, that's a radius thing. There's 375. It's about what there was before. Game cell switches. It looks about right. Game switches. 341, but there's never going to be any more or less of those, I don't think. So they look fine. Well, where is it? Couldn't remember the command. The texture cache is clean. Snapshotting. Alright, boys, we're snapshotting. This is often kind of a nightmare scenario anyway. It just seems like a time limit, and I think that the only way this is really going to work in a reasonable time frame is if I switch maps, because it does a perfect clean when you switch the maps. That's usually your best bet. Whatever's getting stuck in RAM is... Sprite character's looking a little large and in charge, isn't it? But I don't use sprite character. I don't use sprite character at all. Game player, sure. Go way down and see what's going on here. That was a create event. Is sprite character not getting cleaned? What's number? Keep number? What does that mean? Some math? Quick math? Weak array list? That's a large number there. Some pixie stuff. That's the bubble. Can't believe I found that in that giant mess. What is making these? Next down here, sprite set map. Is the lighting the cause? Does it not clear correctly? Yeah. Could it be a flaw in our so wonderful lighting plugin? Maybe. Sure. There's a lot of those. If there's 27,000 of these things, that's a number. I'm just gonna arbitrarily scroll through a bunch of them and then see if I can find it again and again. Where's the UMC lighting? Wait a minute, you're not a UMC lighting. What BU? I don't know. I don't see a plugin name anywhere in here. Maybe it's not my lighting plugin. Oh, creator thing? Sure, sure. Is Mog's weather screwing it up? I mean, I'll give up the weather thingy. I don't need it. It's only slightly useful for a star effect. But I don't think it's necessary. And it does make things heavier, but it's not even being called on this map, I don't believe. Isn't it? It's really called if there's weather patterns. I should have copy pasted it, but I didn't. Those are commented out, so that's not a thing. Those are not, but that's okay, because I was using them on those maps, so that's fine. Interesting. I am seeing that there a lot, though. And if there's this many instances of it, I mean, this is a big number. Actually, I'm going to scroll way down. Actually, these all say particle emitter right by them here. There aren't even that many for particle emitters, so that looks fine. But the rest of these do not look like that. Base texture? So that's one of mine. I'm assuming you're gonna have a bunch of mine here, so that's not surprising. This is why I was dreading this, because I just need to see if I can find a pattern in what's causing this. And a lot of times it just comes down to having to comb through see things change over time and everything like that. But I mean, this is just a lot of things, so it's like, if it's really keeping us much in memory. But the problem is it might not keep this in memory later. So Okay, wait, F8. I often underestimate how many things it needs to have in there to do stuff, but I'm just worried that something is staying in RAM somewhere. That number is huge. Sprite character looks pretty similar though, right? It didn't really change. Yeah, none of those seem particularly egregious. It's just a handful of the retained size on these is pretty amazing. I wonder what it's buffering. Probably something RM related. Why am I not looking down at the bottom here? Just look at that. Tile map layers, sprite characters. Now the light masks once again. Effects here. Or Pixie. Pixie. Oh no. Lighting crap. Alright, well, here's what we're gonna do. Let's turn off the lighting plugin and see if the lighting plugin causes the problem. I mean, it's gonna look terrible, but it will establish if that is the cause. Or maybe it's just too much on top of everything else. It's also possible too. Honestly, this area looks about the same, so the lighting plugin literally exists to make the actual main areas look a little more interesting. I might just do the map switch strategy though, until I can come up with a better plan. I'll give it about half an hour more and then I'll go towards that strategy. What is going on? I guess I was holding the F button. It's okay, I didn't want those heals anyway. I need to make it fair. Obviously it looks way less good without the lighting, but you don't see how much open space there actually is, but you need a lot of open space in general. Without open space, it just doesn't... it's hard to fight. It's hard for the enemies to even attack you. Also, Annie's Darkness attack is literally based on the lighting plugin, so... I'm just looking for Miranda. There she is. You stuck inside something?
I wonder where I can find
You stuck inside something.
that. Never.
Nice. Whatever.
I wouldn't go there. I wouldn't go there. I wouldn't go there.
See if I can lure him into it. Nope.
Boom,
Think he do be jumping. I hope the lighting plugin's
boom,
not the
baby,
problem,
Boom, baby.
but
Boom, baby.
anything's possible. Also, it managed to destroy a thingy that it shouldn't have.
Boom, baby. Boom, baby.
Which makes me wonder if the projectile, if the ray is wrong. F8. I believe 194 is the projectile array. It's fine. I have no idea how I managed to destroy that.
Don't even try.
Mistakes were clearly made.
Boom, baby.
Well, let's have the console open. Close the console while you're doing this. Actually, what's this? Yeah, I turned that off. Of course, it's going to error. Without the plugin, it is an error.
I need more energy.
Boom, baby.
Take cover.
Boom, baby. Boom, baby.
Take cover.
Boom, baby. Boom, baby.
You are finished.
Don't even try.
You are finished.
Boom, baby.
He's caught in a box. Get wrecked.
Boom, baby.
It's all coming apart at the seams. That's what it feels like.
Don't even try.
There's so much random going on and things that, you know, so many calculations going on. It's just, at any given time, who knows what problems can occur.
Don't even try.
Funny console logs running at various points. Like I have to add them in to have any idea because with showing moving information around, it could be anything by the time I'm done, or by the time it's done, I should say.
Take cover.
I don't think it's actually doing too much different. Spawning a crap ton of events. Where are you, Chuckles?
Boom, baby.
I mean, I suppose I should be thankful that you're causing it to take even longer, so this way it has a greater chance of causing the lag, but
Try.
You
Boom,
are
baby.
finished. You are finished.
I'm not really looking for this to take that long, to be honest.
Finished.
Boom, baby. Boom, baby. Boom, baby. Boom, baby. Boom, baby. Boom, baby. Boom, baby.
Don't even try.
Boom, baby.
Don't even try. Take cover.
Boom, baby.
Let's see if I can nail her with that.
Baby. Boom, baby.
Sometimes you can hit her as she's teleporting. Something I need to fix, but I haven't.
Boom, baby.
I have no idea why she has that on her. She shouldn't, but that's okay. Whatever.
Take cover.
Boom, baby. Boom, baby. Boom, baby.
Destroy. Destroy.
I wouldn't go there.
Destroy.
Take cover.
Destroy.
I wouldn't go there.
Destroy.
I wouldn't go
In
there.
favorable spot.
Destroy. Ouch.
Can't see.
Destroy.
Hot.
Destroy.
Kind of problematic. Then you get caught in a corner, you just can't see what your character's doing. Definitely not playing very well here.
Destroy.
I wouldn't go there. Take cover.
Destroy.
Take cover.
Destroy.
There's 4 enemies right now. Why is there 4 enemies? Like, it seems like it keeps spawning them. I was trying to reduce the strain on the game by making it only 2 enemies. And, it is running this code here where it switches to the boss summon thing there, which means that max enemies should be only 2. What's current enemies? 190? Well, that can't be right. Because we can already see that there's 4 enemies on the map down here. 5 if you count the boss, but you can't leave console open. That thing is a resource hog.
I wouldn't go there.
Destroy. Destroy.
I wouldn't go there.
Destroy. Destroy.
I wouldn't go there.
Destroy.
I wouldn't go there.
You are doomed. You cannot escape.
They really need to give him a better, better thing. But I already know that you can just ruin him with this. It's stupid. Well, I mean, it's starting to have a little bit of a lag issue, but I think it might just be there's too many. Yeah, see, it's already doing it anyway. It's not even the lighting plugin's fault. It still dropped for a bit there. It's still dropping over here too. Yeah, look how many enemies there are. There's, you know, 4, 5, 6. There's a lot of enemies here. So something ain't right here with the enemy spawning. The enemy array is which one? I think it's 189. Also, the destroyer was wrong, so I might just have too many things spawning in the arrays, and I can probably reduce the amount of strain on the system. Really, something that happens over time means something is filling up. Some sort of, you know, array somewhere, some sort of object is just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And that is not good. No. Hmm. Oh. Probably around here. Enemy array 189. Uh-huh. Oh yeah, like there's 7 enemies right now. That is not a good number. That is not correct. It's supposed to be 2. If I do that, that's probably a good start to fixing the problem. Obviously the lighting thing is not the full problem. I don't think the lighting is actually the problem at all. I think what I'm doing wrong here, that's so awkward. God, if there was a flaw in this system all along. It's NPC encounter table. I mean, as you're running away, it is actually removing a bunch of them, so that is notable. So maybe all this time it's literally just been spawning like crazy and I haven't really been stopping it. Man. I guess I'm looking for where it adds to 190 at. Actually. That was one, wait, which ones was it? It was 191, and then 189 is the array, so... game variables value 189 dot length is less than game variables dot value 191. Right. Just to double check that 189 is the correct number. Because in theory, that should just completely negate the other BS I was doing. Yeah. Alright, well, let's do a quick test then and see if it gets above or not. Should go down to 2 and actually probably less than that actually because of the boss gets added to the enemy array. I might have to account for that and add 1 more to the number, but still it should reduce. There shouldn't be 7 enemies. That's a lot of enemies.
I sense danger.
I really do think that might change the entire fabric of the game. Oh, wait, what am I doing?
Don't even try.
Wrong map.
Don't even try.
Yeah, the tigers suck. They need some reworks.
Better luck next time.
Hi.
We just need the fastest way to get a boss to
You
spawn.
ready?
Change the numbers a bit.
sense danger.
I'll have to do the same thing for the destroyables too, because I think those are probably overkill as well. Oh, hey J Marie, how's it going? I'll run around just for a second on this map to see if I actually fix the problem of too many things spawning. There should never be more than 4. In 3 at the moment. Still 3. I'll stand in one area for a while. See if we get a 4th. There are now 4. Trying to solve the mystery of why this fight lags out. So it's partially I think it was just spawning an infinite number of enemies. Now we're down to just 4, so it would have spawned a 5th one by now. Why is she spawning inside of things now?
Don't even try. I wonder where I can find that. Never.
I did shrink the map size, just maybe that messed it up. There's currently 3 enemies, but if I run far enough away it should despawn enemies and then there shouldn't spawn anymore. Only seeing 2. There's of course 3 because of the boss. I'm gonna get really far away from them and see if that causes them to despawn and then have level 1 in here. Okay, they're gone. So now it would just be there's 1 enemy there and that mouse bug is annoying whenever you use the mouse, apparently. Yep, the mouse bug is literally just if you try to swap the movement types. It's really annoying.
Take cover.
I only see 1 enemy. There should be 2 in the array because of the boss. Yeah. Cool. Well, if that's the case, I think I'm going to make it where it's 3 of them. Because I want to include the boss in the number. I don't know why I have 5 of these instead. Maybe I'll just stick with 4 in all of them. I'll make it simple. Games need some serious rebalancing. Soon it will be out. Well, Prototype 2 has been out for a while. I guess I should also include a Discord link just in case anybody wants to join the Discord to keep track of things. Join our Discord, yay! Just in case anybody wants to. I need to make that just a regular thing. And just pin it at the top of every single one of the streams. And then over time, people will know exactly when I stream. Yes. And I can also hand them early versions of the game to test. If they want to. We're going to restructure all of these to work exactly the same way. 200 is the max, so I don't know what the destroyables array is. We can find it. Cool one. I guess I made the system a very, 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 very long time ago. And it is, in fact, it's actually a holdover from the other game. So it's just a complete dumpster fire. It was never really the best at any given time. I don't even use this anymore. Actually, I'll just skip that just in case it was doing anything. I don't think it is. And then it's just those two arrays, right? I should just reduce the number of BS spawned. I have no idea how many destroyables are spawned, but it's a number that is a number. Is a number. I think I set an arbitrary number a very long time ago and never changed it. Probably map builder. 5, yep. That should reduce that problem. I mean, making my stuff more efficient is never a bad thing, I suppose. I suppose indeed. Hmm. Well, I mean, realistically, having an arbitrary number of enemies over that long of a fight probably reduces the, or probably causes a lot of problems. I guess I should run another test. Not gonna lie, this test sucks because it takes so long. There's no way I can speed it up because it's literally a test designed to, based around, you know, it being like 20 minutes in or something. But hopefully that makes a difference. I don't go in that one. I don't think it's gonna hurt.
Are you ready? I sense danger.
I really just want to kick this out the door so I could spend like a week or two just playing games instead of working on games. Who knows, maybe people will find it more amusing when I'm just making jokes and playing games than working on this. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. And I had a fair amount of fun when I played DLC Quest, so that was exciting.
Never.
Got some chuckles out of that.
Boom, baby.
Take cover.
Boom, baby. Boom, baby.
Take cover.
Boom, baby. Boom, baby. Boom, baby. Boom, baby.
You are finished.
Don't even try.
You are finished.
Boom, baby.
You are finished. Die.
Boom,
You are
baby.
finished. You are
Boom,
finished.
baby. Boom, baby.
You are finished.
Pretty much always finished.
You are finished. You are finished. You are finished.
I have to have a thing where it checks if a sound is currently playing before it tries playing another one. That'll be something I add in later.
I wouldn't go there.
You are finished.
Go there.
You are finished. Are finished. Die. You are finished.
I wouldn't go there.
You are
I wouldn't go
finished.
there.
You are finished. You are finished.
I wouldn't go there. Take cover.
Boom, baby. Boom, baby.
Not a bad track, actually. Armageddon full version. Oh, I'll end up making a note of that one.
Don't even try.
After all, if something sounds like it might be kind of cool for my combat in this, I keep note of that.
Boom, baby.
Take cover.
That is kind of half the point of having him playing all the time.
Boom, baby.
I don't know what you was spawning there.
Boom, baby.
He's not. He spawn inside of something.
Boom, baby.
Get him
Boom,
caught.
baby.
But not where they actually would evade. To stay really close. Do a bunch of damage.
Boom, baby.
That really is your best bet. Get him caught on something.
Boom, baby. Boom, baby. Boom, baby.
Yeah, Firewall 2 is so good.
Boom, baby.
But I'm only going to try in a deployed version to get it because it's such a pain to get. I'll probably make it easier to get later, but I haven't even wanted to get it each time I've had the opportunity, so.
Boom, baby.
Probably because it has an extra like 10 minutes or so to get.
Boom, baby.
It does do double damage, so I mean, it is notable. I'll probably change all the numbers later so that it looks like it's a much bigger numbers. We'll do the Yu-Gi-Oh thing. Oh, did I really just... I hate that. I actually moved just off the screen there and right-clicked for that brief moment. And when you do that... Yeah, the reload app is a thing. So I accidentally click there, and then it does that. Not the first time I've done that. And then, you know, I'm like clicking to, you know, cast a spell, and then boom, restart.
Are you ready?
Not this one. That's okay. I wanted to do it again.
Are you ready?
I mean, technically, I already did a full game test earlier, but I usually like to do a full game test on the stream.
I sense danger.
I also came to my senses and realized that I shouldn't have an overlay on the thing, so later on I can actually
Don't even
cut up the stream in order to make shorts or something. Or or a trailer or something, or just the gameplay,
Don't even
instead of having to record it separately. Because yeah,
try. I need more
that is kind of tedious. But tedious, I mean, I just don't have enough time. If I stream all these hours, then the last thing I want to do is take what little free time I have between this work and the other work and then go, oh yeah, you know, let me sit there and play test some games and just so I can get some footage and then turn that into videos. Oh my god.
Don't even try.
I may make some sort of overlay for it too that's a better overlay, I don't know. Initially they're like, you need an overlay, and I'm like, do I? Mostly it just seems like it blocks what's happening on the screen.
Cover. Don't even try.
Wherever Miranda is right now, she's just being obnoxious. She does not want to show up.
Don't even try.
There she is.
I wonder where I can find that.
Never. Boom, baby. 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 Boom, baby.
Yeah, there's a brief window in their teleports I found where I can just sit there and drop this on them, and it screws them up.
Boom, baby.
I'm finding all the holes in my code by doing this over and over. I really am.
Boom, baby. Boom, baby.
Don't even try.
You are finished.
Boom, baby. Boom, baby. Boom, baby. Boom, baby. Boom, baby.
Finished.
Boom, baby. Boom, baby. Boom, baby.
Am I? Because it's sure looking like you're taking all the damage, buddy. Yep. Sadly, Anna does not have very good holes in her AI. She's hard to nail down. Catching her on her teleport is probably the best hole I've found so far. They all need a thing to make it so that if they evade if you're damaging them.
Boom, baby.
Otherwise, they kind of get stuck.
Lovely.
They were to block more.
Boom, baby.
Then I'm usually worried more about placement of the thingies.
Boom, baby. Boom, baby.
Alright, we'll be like that.
Boom, baby.
I mean, I'll take a 6 hit. That's not terrible.
Boom, baby.
Yeah, there's so many less enemies coming after you.
Boom, baby. Boom, baby.
Don't even try.
Maybe too few enemies, but I mean, I'll ship it with the too few enemies just so I can make it work. Even if it's not perfect. I'd rather fight to more quality anyway. The reason they're just random is because the player can run away, so I have to constantly add new ones in to
Boom,
catch up to the
baby.
player.
Boom, baby. Boom, baby.
Bye bye, Anna.
Boom,
Oh, well,
baby.
close anyway.
Boom, baby. Boom, baby. Boom, baby.
Firewall needs to cost like 1 more. Almost certainly. And then there's you. The tigers just don't even move correctly. They just sit.
Try. I need more energy. Lovely. I wouldn't go there.
Hot there, buddy?
I wouldn't go there.
Come close to me, buddy. Come be my friend. My pal.
I wouldn't go there. Don't even try.
When you fought them this many times,
Go there.
exploiting is just the name of the game. Get stuck on that, loser.
Hey, buddy.
I wouldn't go there. Don't even try.
It is somewhat dangerous to stay this close to him, but
Buddy, destroy.
I wouldn't go there.
Destroy.
at some point it's also the best plan. Sometimes he catches you in a bad area and it's like, well, I should probably move to another area and set up my kill zone again
Destroy.
on the other side of the cloud here.
I wouldn't go there.
You are
I
doomed.
wouldn't go there.
You are
I wouldn't go there.
You are
Yes, use this ability. I love that ability. It's so good. You think so? I'm pretty certain you're the one not escaping, pal. Because I'm running out of mana. Yeah, all the spells were set with the intention that it was going to be
Don't even try.
You cannot escape.
that you were going to use a bunch of mana for heal, so they all need to cost more.
I wouldn't go there.
I might add one to the cost of everything. Am I doomed? Sure looking like you're doomed, pal. Let's finish this up here by the exit. We're getting closer to the exit, so I can
I wouldn't go there.
be ready to leave the area. Got him. I think that really helped. Who knew that having just 2 enemies out instead of 7 would make a big difference?
Don't even try.
And it didn't even drop to like the 57 mark at any point in there, so I guess that's good enough, right? Yeah. Reasonable to me.
Congratulations.
Reasonable indeed. Quest thingy doesn't show up. I mean, it's not like a big bug, but it's annoying. I think I didn't adapt this to that. Should be this one here. Yeah, I just needed this, the better code. And then I guess the status menu can have it too. Okay. Can it save? And it appears. Yay! You know, I'm gonna make Miranda do their spit thingy like right after Poppet talks. Or whatever she's gonna do. Slight change. Although I think I can fix that stupid mouse bug too. Oh man. Looks like I fixed all the bugs in theory.
Hi. Bye.
I already know the ending works. Okay, so ugh. Already yawning. Oh my god. Nothing that caffeine can't fix, right? I actually slept more than I did like normally. I slept like I think what like 5.5 hours after the previous stream. Woke up for a handful of hours and then managed to get like an hour and a half before this stream. So that's 7 hours broken up. That's pretty good, right? Oh, mouse bug. Oh, mouse bug. How do they even work? I remember this thing, like, I managed to get it to sort of do what I wanted, but the price tag was that it was just a complete dumpster fire. Like, it was not doing good stuff at all. Oh. Actually, look for the word clear. Okay, so this is almost certainly going in my overwrites here. I'm gonna save this code for a second. I need to pull this out of here. Movement. What handles the actual movement? That's the cursor, though. Wait, it's an input. Forgot where this is. Oh, there we go. Maybe this. Maybe this. I'm gonna laugh if this is like somehow the easiest thing ever to fix. Because the error is that when you click a direction with the mouse, it'll try to go there even if you use like one of the directional keys to try to go somewhere else. It'll still finish the other thing the second it gets to whatever location. It'll keep trying to go back, so you'll end up fighting with it. Just to double check. Awful mouse plugin from a million years ago. Don't want that. Let me double check where input clear is handled. It's gonna be on key down. Yeah, I'm pretty certain it's this pressed. Oh, it's on button down. I don't know why it keeps getting rid of the one I want. It's so dumb in the one it picks. It's just stupid. It's like, this was the last one you're looking at. Quick, let's get rid of that one instead of the actual, all the other ones you had up. Any ones you're currently on or opening another one. I don't understand why it does that, but it's stupid. It's very stupid. Might not be input clear. Interesting. What is key code 144? Well, let's do the most ghetto plan first and work from there. Because I'm trying to get it to interact there, so... Well, that might screw things up if you... Well, maybe not, because then your character will stop to cast spells, I guess, if their mouse moving. We'll see. We'll see on that one. Any map will do. I don't care.
Are you ready?
God, if I can get this fixed, that'd be... There's only like one other issue with the controls that I have, and after that the controls will be pretty solid.
I sense danger.
So let's see, we're go. Oh, still does it. You go here and then click the button and it fights and wants to go there, so. Wait. Overrides might have gotten overwritten again. Can't do that. But remember, it's that plugin. coughing here. Got to have my mic off, turned it on, started coughing right then as I did it. Nice. Oh. Okay, so gameplay clear mouse move needs to be added. Do, 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 do. Split to the right because I know you'll try to close it like an idiot. And then it opens out over there even on this side. You know, whoever designed Visual Studio Code's decision path for opening needs to be replaced. It's the only problem I have with this thing. But oh my god. It uses zero logic for how it does things. It's just so random. Wasn't gonna do it anyway, but to be fair, it probably just glitched anyway. I have to give it this function. Because it's inside of this stupid function. That's one of the problems, is that it's just a big mess. Maybe I can just do it like that? Though in theory I should have been giving it to the thing, but I don't know. I think I can get away with that one, but just in case. This is going to take a lot more effort than I thought. I mean, I could put it outside of the thing there, but the problem is then it calls upon a bunch of stuff that's only inside of their anonymous function. So it's almost like I need to get rid of their dumb anonymous function to have any hope of solving the problem. And that's going to take some doing. Because these only trigger when you actually try to click the mouse, so it won't trigger when you click the direction button, which is the problem in the first place. Can I get away with doing it this way? Maybe. I'm gonna leave a copy of that there just in case for later, but I want this code here real fast. Or should have shown game player, that's fine, whatever. Sure, whatever. Don't care. As clear mouse move, I think. I'm just trying to hack my way through it so I don't have to do all this craziness, but I don't think I can get away with what I want to do here. Not easily. Might take some research. There's so many plugins involved. It's a lot easier if I don't have to go through every one of the plugins to solve the mystery. Well, a plugin after a plugin after a plugin, which is pretty much what QPathfind is, can make it kind of obnoxious to deal with exactly what's causing the issue. Well, that breaks mouse move entirely. Fair enough. Actually right here maybe. Actually, this has a clear mouse move option as well, but we'll see. Nope. Double click there and then try to move this way. Goes right back. Yep. For a second there, I thought I'd lucked my way into victory on that one. And then I realized I had not lucked my way into victory. Not one bit. Well, putting it here completely negates all mouse movement. You can't even move anymore. Technically, I can get away with this clear mouse move since it's literally under game player. Also, if I'm going to keep typing that, I'm going to type this Neva and I villain edit so I can easily figure out what I've changed. So lowercase it so it looks a little better. You might need to clear Pathfind instead. Clear mouse move is supposed to clear Pathfind, but maybe it's using the one from this and not that. But that adds to the last thing there, so it should be available as long as the Q Pathfind is there. Because it'll override as the last one, though it might be overriding and move by input. So double check that. How do you go into this? I don't need to do that to find this out.
I sense danger.
Yep. Figured this would be obnoxious. That's why I didn't want to do it. Let me try this. Because it's using a different clear mouse move probably, I guess, within itself. I don't know. I tried the one that was supposedly the last one done, but clear Pathfind might not be a thing, so here's to hoping. Maybe. Okay, if you double click it actually stops it. Ooh. Oh my god, that might be the solution. Friggin' finally. Ugh. Still doesn't solve all the things I want to do with this plugin, but if it stops at least that obnoxious bug, that is pretty good. Single click moves. If you're already moving and you click, it will not move to the new location though. It's a little awkward. Stop as soon as you click again. But it's not perfect. It does stop the bug. And then it forces you to click a second time if you click anywhere else. Because clicking cancels the move. Let's make it a little obvious. Actually, don't do that. No, it's just this. Do it like this. I'm dumb. Just so I have a better idea of everything I've edited or where it's at, especially if it's multiple lines. But I'm also not 100% certain if it's I want clear mouse move so much as I want clear path find. Maybe that. By clicking again caused it, and then to click a second time. Oh, she got stopped there by that, of course. That's fine, that's intended. Well, it does behave better. So it is a win. Still wonky. I need to add something to the path find so that when you get near the thing there, if the player stops here, it'll also trigger the potential interact, I guess, if you're within a certain range of clicking on them, I guess. Like a Diablo game, but we'll get to that. It's a little wonky. It's not perfect, but it's not the worst. You definitely can't hold it down anymore, though. Well, wait a second. Down here you could have that if it's greater than that, and then I'll just leave those out for now. Tinkering is a lot of fun sometimes, though. Tedious sometimes. Oh my gosh, that's 1,000 times cleaner. Look at that. Beautiful. And I can just hold it now, and then if I move a direction, it stops. Oh, perfect. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that was... This is everything I've ever wanted in my life. Not really, but it's sure feeling like it at this point. Oh yes. Alright. Good times. The best times. Well, assuming the lag thing doesn't do any problems, guess that's all I need. These are unnecessary. These behave weird. Okay, so there was that song I want to look at. So probably increase the price of firewall a bit, I imagine. Something I wanted to do because it felt like it was way too cheap for how much you could spam it, especially by the end when you had almost infinite. So maybe like the later levels of it will cost more, I guess. Like the increase per level is higher. Because early on you don't have a lot of mana, but even then I didn't feel like I was running out of mana ever. Except for with the more expensive spells. But I guess I don't want to be too bad. Maybe I'll just leave it and say screw it. Fix the bug where moving with the mouse. Then mid-move trying to use WASD would cause to continuously attempt to move towards the clicked spots, towards the mouse destination. Oh my god, I'm so happy that bug is fixed. I should fix it a while ago, but I remember dealing with that, trying to solve another issue, and what a nightmare it was. But I guess what I was trying to do with the other one was significantly harder than what I just did there, which was just telling it to stop. The other one I was sitting there trying to make it so it would change what it did based on the destination, so I was trying to give it logic. And then that time I figured out how a lot of it worked, so that's probably also why it was a lot easier the second time around. Where on my list is this bug? Oh, whatever. There's that bug I gotta solve too. Whatever. I'll deal with it later. Prototype 4 is there. Don't forget to remove game dev options. I think they're technically still removed. I think this was set up to just be able to be released. Yep. Game dev options are already removed. What's his Armageddon song? And did I want to use it? Not really fitting for much of what I want to do. It's a little slower than I want. It kind of builds up. But if it was looping, nah. Fine track, but I think I just like a certain part of it. Alright, so in theory, there is nothing left to do for this particular one. But I might make one change. To interact. Press OK to interact. Yes. And the reasoning for that is people get confused and they think they can mouse click to trigger things. And, you know, that's cool and all, but regrettably, it does not currently work like that. So. Interact and leave the box, maybe? Leave the box. Until I fix it, it's a temporary message, but it'll get the job done. I mean, there's literally a message later that just straight says do this, but okay. Now, the last thing I want to do beforehand is compress all the thingies. And then from that point on, it's just literally the final test. I didn't think I was going to get both those fixed, to be honest. And to be fair, I'm not 100% certain the lag problem is fixed, but I definitely think that between the less enemies and then the projectile problem, where it was just keeping a perpetually huge array and reducing the size of the level, so it uses only like half the size. Well, that one might not do anything, but it does increase the overall event array, because there is an event array that it is pulling out of, so that is arbitrarily larger. So it does matter a tiny fraction. But hey, you know, maybe it makes all the difference in the known world. I don't care. Good enough for me. Let's reduce all of Anisha's stuff. I mean, just getting like a 60-some-odd% reduction is pretty good. Need to see how much I save. I mean, it really only saves a couple megs, but hey, you know, it adds up. Seeing as how there are 300 pictures for her, it's not 0. And for every single thing you do, it's not bad. With Poppet having like 5,000 images or something stupid, you know, it probably helps to, when I download this, download that. Yeah, Kraken.io, pretty much amazing for shrinking the size of your game. Well, it shrinks the PNGs anyway. It's the fastest one for doing all of them, but it has like I think a 1 megabyte limit or something as far as how big any one file can be. So you have to make note of that, and that's why I use compressed PNG for the big stuff. Clockwork is new. Oops. Refresh the page because I don't need them after the first time. Drag and drop. Watch the fun. Repeat as necessary. After that, I already did Snugglewaffle and Don Fluffles. I don't think I've actually updated any of the other character images. I guess Poppet only has 1,561 images, and then her ghost images are another 300. So it's not like she has too many, I guess. I mean, this went from like 5.6 to 2.83, so that's something. Actually, never mind. It went from 8.4 to 2.83. Nice. Definitely not 0. It does add up. Maybe I'll make a video. I'll cut this stream up and I'll have a video of like the full playthrough of Poppet Quest. Now it doesn't have anything over the top of it. So for like for Prototype 3, I will have a quick playthrough. I don't know. Is that even a video worth having? I mean, mostly just a trailer or even a short. Actually, just shorts of it would probably be much better. Put a bunch of shorts up on my itch.io page and watch his YouTube just shows the shorts to literally everyone and their grandmother. And their second cousin named Steve. Freaking Steve. And then, let me clean my images up a bit more here. First, let's sort by type because Pritchett likes to put these stupid PNG dash thingies. And they're stupid because RM will go to deploy, it'll hit one of those and it'll crash. It'll stop the deploy. So it's just really obnoxious is what it is. It's not like really stupid per se, but how are those the newest? These weren't changed that long ago, were they? Like these should be more newer than that. Maybe I went through and recompressed them or something. I don't know. Interesting. Copy pasted them or something? I don't know. Doesn't super matter. I use the large ones here, so this way I don't actually have to manually look at them a lot of times. I just do that, and then I can just drag and drop all the time and see what I'm working with. I think the only ones that have actually changed are just these few ones here. Just a handful of new images. We'll send them all to compressed PNG then. 1 second, and I will navigate to a web page. Compressed PNG has its upside in that you don't have to, it doesn't care on the file sizes for the most part. Its downside is when you download them, it adds -min at the end of every one of the names. I presume so you pay them money. But I also have a file renamer, so, you know, they can suck it. That we're not good at. Oh, actually, there was a giant target circle I should add it to. And Prototype 3, probably. I mean, for their good service, I mean, I can't complain. They're definitely one of the best ones. They also do other ones too, but even PDFs if for some reason you want to compress your PDF. Kind of a slow download though. Yeah. Alright. We're waiting. We're waiting. We're done waiting. Nice, nice. And then I can run the final test. Probably just a deployed test at this point. I'm running out of things that I need to do, so yeah. My bulk rename utility. Navigating through my files, so I'll drag everything over in a second. Usually prefer not to drag the directories on there because, like I said, you just never really know what's on anything. Personal information is definitely a thing. But yeah, this program is great. It's bulk rename utility, and let's see. We're just gonna go with the -min. we're gonna replace it with nothing. And then rename. Boom. Done. There's no more dash min at the end of any of them. Perfect. What a great program. Usually the main reason I actually have it is for purposes of when I go to do put all the character direction things in like that. Sometimes I'll forget to add a 0 or 2 on there, so then it doesn't match all the others and it'll confuse the system. So rather than add it to like 300 files manually, I just go do that and it's good to go. Take all these, dump them over the top. Doing good. The only thing I need to leave is parallax at the end, but I don't really care on that for now. I don't think I made any new items or anything. Everything is fine. Right there. I guess there's some extra faces, but whatever, I don't care. I guess I didn't compress that. You know what? Fine, I'll compress them. Whatever. Don't want to go halfway, right? No half measure. Ugh. I'll save that 158.88 kilobytes. Yeah. I'm here to save your download speeds, everybody. Just so you know. The good guy here. Those few brief instances you saved. You can look back and go, yep, Villain's a great guy for saving me that time. Alright. Yeah, you can save it. Me to delete the other one. Yes, soon I will have a version out that is not 2, it'll be 3. It'll be great. It'll be wonderful. It'll finally be out. And then I don't have to look at this game for at least a week. Maybe 2 or 12. I want it to be 12. Do this, so then I can just have the full good to go if it works. So far that's been a big if with like 5 attempts at this so far, but nope, cancel. I thought about it and realized the error of my ways. Close that real fast and open again so I don't have to create a new code, so I can pretend like it's protected, but it's not. But just for purposes of pretending, so those people whose assets that I'm protecting are then happy with me. Yeah, I need to turn off all the bonus crap. No cheater stuff for the player. Or I'll be tempted to use it even in the test. I just leave it skipped, it's fine. And then let's make certain it goes to the right map. Opening. And then let's make certain it goes to the logo. There we go. Actually, that reminds me, there's one other thing I want to test. I changed this message, but that also means it must be changed in all the other locations as well. Oh, it's just in a weird order. That does work, right? Before I deploy it, let me make certain I didn't forget to change it in an area. I think it adds them forever, right? Also, it's adding these over and over, too. There's a slight bug here on the title screen where if you keep going back in the box. Guess I should resolve that first. And then finally, I'll have the last thing figured out. And hopefully I can have it, you know, tested in like an hour and a half from that, and then we'll spend the time after that putting it on itch. And then tomorrow I'll make some, you know, I'll clip some things and create some, like, you know, shorts or something to put on there. And then I won't look at it for a week. Like a literal week. I'll just ignore it. Like, nope. No, you. Unless there's something that's so broken it just doesn't work at all. In which case, fine. I will look at it to fix whatever is so broken, put up a slightly better version, and then move on. Where's the remove message option here? Oh, I know. This is because I wanted the message on the whole time. Because he got all confused because having to go towards the thingies was too complicated for him. God forbid you actually move around a map to figure out what to do next. That's weird. Who does that? It actually caused confusion with someone else because then they couldn't, they thought they could just click on it because the tags were already there. I'm kind of in argument with myself on whether or not I want them there all the time or not, to be honest. You know what I could do, like I did with art, I actually just left the, I made the actual thing say it on there. And then when you got near him, it also lit up. So you knew what it was, but it didn't always have to have the text there. These are above. This continuously adds. Wait, actually. It adds it, then removes it. Hmm. Almost perfect. Definitely doesn't need that at all. Why do that? It adds it and then removes it again real fast. It's kind of weird. I realize it's almost kind of an unnecessary fix for the most part. Like, it's a little wonky, but it's far better than it was. Alright, so let's deploy this. Let's live our best thug life. Actually, one more thing to do. So I gotta copy this file over. So let me go ahead and set the options I want for the audio. Right. Now we can deploy it. Just to double check there's no previous files, we're good to go. Wait patiently for it to do that, and then we can get to the hopefully final deployment test. I'm like the Elon Musk of RPGMaker here, you know, I'm ready to launch that rocket, but you know, I'm expecting it to blow. But I've made the, you know, game especially phallic to make up for it, so it's more likely to explode and be more spectacular. I don't know. There's not much of an analogy here, whatever. I'm just filling time while I wait for this thing. There's a lot of files. A lot of files. A lot of files. Okay. Don't need that anymore. Let's test this out. Let's fail at operation and touch the sides. Then let's wonder why the start menu vanished over here on the side. Start menu, I need you to come back because everything's in the way. And I wish to turn off the other music. Okay, let's close up all the crap. Let's do the real test. All right. Oh, I guess I'd bring the stream up here on the side just now. Hey, Blinded Journeyman, how's it going? Oh, and let's fail the real test here. And the reason we failed the real test is I didn't copy that file over for the controls from the save thingy, because that's how that plugin do. Let me go ahead and do that really fast. Yes, yes indeed. And now let's launch it and see if we can hopefully get this test to work. Not have it go pop. We working? All the sound thingies correct? Yeah, maybe. Good, 50%, exactly where I think they should default to. I have no idea why they default to 100. Wait a second. Where are the messages? You know, weren't they just working a second ago? Correct me if I'm wrong, but weren't they just working a second ago? Yes. Yes, they were. But somehow in the deployed version, they don't work. Huh? Okay, they did that time. Okay, you got me. I have no idea. Oh, I know. If you enter one of these... Oh, I see. I see. They just made those changes. Someday I will get here. So if you enter one of these... Yeah. So it's supposed to turn intro box restart on, and then that's supposed to run menu 5. Menu 5 is supposed to turn off all the switches and then make it work again. Uh-huh. I got rid of the initial message here because of the fact that I thought intro box restart kind of covered it. Just to turn C off. Maybe you should just turn all of them off, right? Just restart the whole thing, right? And it just runs back to the initial thing. That makes sense. Just turn off all of them. Maybe it's now. This one's the most complicated one. Maybe, let's see. Oops, don't do that. Oh, Blender Journeyman, I fixed the mouse bug today. That obnoxious bug that's been, driving me nuts forever, where if you double clicked anywhere, then tried to move in a different direction with the arrow keys, it would still go to the mouse thing afterwards. And now, it doesn't do it. Yes. Yes. This obnoxious bug has been driving me crazy for a while. And yet it no longer does it. Oh, it looks like it works perfectly. Excellent. Excellent. Go to continue. Sure, sure. Nice. Yep. Fixed that. I went through and I fixed I think I fixed the lag bug. I mean, between fixing the projectile array that was up to like, you know, never removing projectiles, turns out like 300 plus projectiles in it. And I resized the graphics. I shrunk the map size so that the overall event array was smaller. And then I also discovered that it was spawning more enemies than necessary, so I restructured that. So now the destroyables and the enemies now spawn the correct amount. And I've reduced the number. So at one point there was like 7 enemies. And I reduced it now where the boss only has like 2 helpers. So that should drastically reduce. And I ran through the whole thing and it ran 60 FPS the whole time. So none of that like slight dip crap either. It was good. It was real good. It was everything I ever wanted. If everything I ever wanted was for this game to work right. Which is not everything I ever wanted. But it's close enough. It's what I got. Pretty certain everything I ever wanted probably includes Tifa somewhere in there, but you know, whatever. Just saying, if I'm asking for everything I ever want, I'll take one of those. Heck, 2, just in case I need one for a friend. For those people keeping track, they actually made giant life-size, you know, real dolls of those characters, including Tifa. There is actually a site that sells specifically those. I'm just like, well, I mean, it's not really what we're looking for. But as soon as you can give it AI and the ability to move around, just saying, you really could have your very own Tifa. I would say she's, you know, cold, hard, and inhuman, but if you've ever seen half the women I've dated, that's pretty much par for the course anyway. So, you know, whatever. Not much has changed. Do a quick setup here so that I can copy that save file over, and then let's get this started again. Hey, Shadow Dragon, how's it going? Yeah, hopefully this is it. Hopefully this is the test. Let me check the options thingy. Let's shrink this to the right size here. We're close enough. Audio's all good. Everything's good. Oh, actually, looks good. There's a hard mode in this. Just turn off always dash. Then you can discover what it's like to, you know, move at half the speed and hate your life. You'll just have to hold shift the whole time. It'd be just like obnoxious. That's all it is. That's hard mode. You must hold shift. You must like it. And I mean, you know, if you turn it off, you deserve it. Because, you know, I don't know why you wouldn't want to always dash with people trying to kill you. But, you know, who am I to say? You know? Maybe you just like it hard. Like AI Tifa in the morning next to you, kind of hard. Just saying. I was talking to Lepus Nix, and he was, you know, saying he was inspired by Final Fantasy VII for playing recently to add like materia to his thing or something like it. And I was like, inspired, and then just put pictures of Tifa. It's like, yeah, that's what you're really adding. You got to add a friend who happens to work at a bar, a childhood friend, you know, who also does martial arts. And yeah. Totally original idea. That's right. I'll probably end up redesigning the Toymaker one more time. Honestly, I haven't put much time into the Toymaker, but I'm just like, well, I needed a masked character. So I just gave him a plague mask, but I'll probably change it. Mostly because every time I see him, I think quack. That's it. I just hear a quack in the back of my head because the little plague masks look kind of like bird masks. In theory, I should make these images slightly larger so when the screen shakes, they wouldn't show the sides like that, but I don't care. So many improvements. Now she walks between the two as well, so this way you literally see that there are two windows to choose from. Asking which should she choose? If you foolishly go in the other, you deserve it. At this point, there's no excuse, you deserve it. Every single bit of it. I'm not even tricking the player anymore. Like I was doing, like a jerk. No, no. I don't know why this message is way over there, and I don't care. Yeah, we'll get to that part. I'll hit him up about it. At some point. 3 minutes and 39 seconds. Let's go.
Are you ready?
Yeah. It does suck.
I sense danger.
I never even destroy these. There's almost no point. I guess technically they give you health, so there's a reason, and they give money. Nope, not gonna make it brighter because it's supposed to be dark. It's an attic. It's an attic with no lights. It's supposed to be dark. I tested it with lighter before, and the thing is mostly it just makes the area look really empty. Barely unreadable? What's barely unreadable? Wait, what? I am missing something in this. I also don't know what P4 is.
Take cover. Take cover.
Barely readable? Like, the area is too dark? I don't quite get what you're saying. Yeah, the enemies generate lights, and so do the players, but there's no actual, like, other lights.
Take cover.
Like, the spells generate lights, the enemies generate lights. But there's no lights on the level itself, like...
Take cover. Take cover.
Come on, loser. Go faster.
Take cover.
Because originally it was very colorful because there was a bunch of lights everywhere, but then it was like, well, why would there be lights? But obviously the enemies have lights and things. Especially the clowns, because they're a little glowy thing with a fire inside. Oh, that's Tinka's area with her paintings. I don't really count that as the same as this area. When I say the attic, I mostly mean this area, but... that area is just not dark. I had some lights there before, but the reality is it just looks weird. Like some darkness and everything like that, and just like way less lighting. Then I'm just like, nope, the paintings generate light. Perfect. Which is keeping in, you know, with the rest of the lore of the thing, because, you know, over where you go by her light, her painting generates light over there too.
Take cover.
Hello, Binky. I really want to have dialogue in there and everything, and at some point I will add that in, like voice dialogue and everything. I'll make it much cooler. I'll also remake Binky to be not just a giant version of the clowns, but clown heads. I'm slowly remaking all the bosses to be that way. I already have a version for Anna, it's just that I don't have her, I didn't make her animations yet. But I made a design. I need to start shooting Binky.
I need more energy.
Apparently when they teleport you can actually hit them during a large portion of it. That's fair. I should probably fix that in a later version. You know what's not getting fixed in this version? That. Because I don't care. There's lots of ones where you can trap them in dumb little loops and stuff. I was also going to increase the cost of Firewall to be higher, but whatever. The next patch is balanced. This patch is literally just content. Next patch I'm going to fix this quest thingy too. But it's always at the top. But at this point, no 11th hour fixes. We're done with those. Or 13th hour fixes in the case of what I'm doing.
Congratulations.
Okay, well that's done. I also need to go do a test of the skip the intro ending thingy, and also do the ending of the bad ending once, I guess.
Bye.
So technically the bad ending should always work because I've literally never done anything to the bad ending since I made it. It's the same bad ending the whole time.
Bye.
Yo.
See you later.
Yo.
And if the bad ending is the game crashes, that's still a bad
See you
ending.
later.
I'm not gonna lie. It's not a very good bad ending, but it is a bad ending. Sure, listen to the story. You can tell how interested I am right now. I have read it so many times. Some of the later dialogue I actually like a fair amount. I started making Tinka a lot less, reveal a lot more as she talks about her own personality in a way. She's actually kind of mean. Yeah, I'm probably going to. Like I say, there's not a lot of balance at this point. I'm not doing any balance anymore. I don't care. There's zero balance going on in this patch. But I do plan to do that in the next patch. Well, actually, there was already balance I've done, but no other changes are being made at this point. It's only broken stuff. I'm going to increase Firewall's cost later. I need to restructure everything based around the new heal spell not costing mana. I want to make the Tigers do more, have better everything. I'm going to space the skills out, give more skills to those people, but only if after certain things show up. Or like items you can buy that aren't the things like that. There's a bunch of shuffling that's going to happen. Maybe. The problem is that you'll have to grind a whole bunch and come and get them later. Like, so I don't know. I was trying to be kind of nice to the player, but I've also added a bunch of things since then. So we'll see. I could definitely increase the grind. The biggest worry I had was that people were, well, I guess I really haven't seen many people play it, honestly, but the only person who did that it wasn't all that fun for the thing, and I was like, okay, well, I've been reducing the things like that because no one else has really given a lot of feedback on it. So I might increase some of the grind some. I mean, I definitely want it to cost more. I'm gonna give Bluesberry more things to buy. Also, Adixon will have a lot more too.
Take cover.
Of course, at this point, I can't even get people to play the game in the first place. So I don't know if I want to introduce additional grind just because they won't even play it. That could also just be a function of me not advertising it, really. I'll advertise this version. Go in a different way.
Don't even try.
Guess I'm killing these off, huh? I'm also going to restructure it so things don't just do 1 damage and things like that. I'll actually have bigger numbers and stuff. So basically, next patch is going to be the polish patch, I think, is what's happening. I'll make note of increasing the price of those. And everyone can, like, you know, leave messages on how much they think it should be after the testing.
Lovely.
You're saying 40, 60. I mean, I'll make a note of that. Why not? Just for purposes of that, so... idea for Bluesberries upgrades. It's a price idea. $40.60, sure. I need to also increase the drop rate a bunch.
Don't even try. Don't even try. Take cover.
Well, on the plus side, Blinded Dreaming, the first heal thing is no longer a thing. I'm gonna actually have to space out how the heals are too, because right now you just start with like 10 heal uses, and they're just available whenever you want them. So it's like the run to get Booseberry is not a big deal anymore. He just gives you a bonus use of the heals. So early on, like, I mean, heal gets markedly stronger as you go along because it's based entirely upon how much health you totally have. So, like, or your total health, I should say. So right now it's not healing for all that much. It's healing for 14. But I think the most hit points you can have currently is 37 or something like that, if you literally collect everything. And I don't know who's doing that, but I'm going to do it on this run. The full collection thingy, even though I don't really want to. I don't need him to beat the final thing at all, by any stretch.
Don't even try.
That's fair. I mean, you know, grinding does really slow down their progression.
Don't even try.
I'm definitely going to do some amount of grind. I think at this point, really, it's just I put in a bunch of ideas, and then they're all right next to each other. Like, you know, you get everything from a certain thing, you never have to go back to them, and that's... I need to space out the ideas, essentially. Make it so you have to go back to the NPC to find additional things. So there's definitely going to be a massive restructure for 4. But honestly, probably wouldn't even be a good game until 4, to be honest. Man. Oh, there's a lot of honesty in there, apparently. But yeah, I definitely think there will be some grinding tossed in, and an increased amount on the drops. Maybe even slowing Poppet down and making the game a slower game intentionally is a thing. Poppet still feels really fast. And a lot of times it's just running away from the enemies, which is... with the way the game's currently laid out, it's the best plan. Just run away. So either make the enemies so aggressive that you can't just easily run away, or you have to find a different strategy.
Take cover.
For making it slower, more Diablo-like.
You are finished.
Stop.
Or even a reduced, forcing you to have a limited dash. Apparently it hits him from that far away, nice.
Finished.
Stop.
Die.
Oops.
Lovely.
You are finished.
Stop.
Die.
He jumped.
Finished.
What a jerk.
Stop.
Search and destroy.
timing on it kind of sucks.
Die.
That probably stops him for way too long. Those people keeping track.
Stop.
You are finished.
Now that you have so much more mana to work with, it really is, all the spells are almost free. I need to really fix that. Because it really was based around you having to use the heal spell a lot more, so you were always out of mana. So all the spells were a lot cheaper. But hey, as long as the game works, that's what this test is. If I want to tweak a couple numbers later on, I can easily do that and still redeploy, and it won't break anything. Just as long as everything else finally works. Oh my god.
Hi.
18 minutes to beat that guy, so not the worst. Yeah, I definitely need to increase our costs. Everything is so cheap. There's just no balance in this game at all. I'm just going to say it. There's no balance. I actually had enough to buy everything that time. Usually I can't buy one of the upgrades. But in reality, you should be able to not... you should have to come back. You should have to go through a few levels. Yeah, exactly. It's literally what we're doing here. Why I do dumb things. It's just how I do. Well, there's only like one control thing left to fix, and then that'll be I'll have pretty much everything necessary to just have my Diablo game. Well, I need to make a drag and drop type of inventory.
Are you ready?
I don't know if I want to inventory in this game or what. Or do I just want like an item belt and there's just like certain number of items? How many different items do I even have at this point?
I sense danger.
How stat heavy do I want this to be? I mean, I can always keep adding to it, so.
Don't even try.
This is never the game's final form. Never. I'm definitely taking a break from this game though for like some time afterwards. Before I work on the next prototype.
Take cover.
If nothing else, then I'm getting really tired of running tests just to have it break. And as the game gets longer, the tests get so much harder to run.
Don't even try.
I assume if you get everything, the game's about an hour and a half long. I also don't read anything, so I mean that might, you know, probably extend it a little bit too, but
Don't even try. Take cover.
sometimes those don't operate correctly.
Take cover.
Also, sometimes the projectiles stick on you a bit. That's fine though. There will be little problems. She ain't perfect, but she runs. That's good enough for me.
Take cover.
Just the amount of things that I've fixed, like the list of things is so long. I didn't include any bug fixes for stuff I added. Just the stuff that was bug fixed from the previous. Seems kind of weird to add bug fixes for something you hadn't even added into the game yet, you know? That seems like it doesn't make any sense, but...
Take cover.
there were many bugs fixed from the previous versions.
Take cover.
Many, many bugs.
Take cover.
Now this should actually be even easier overall in the game, because I actually, now that it's spawning the right number of enemies, kept thinking I had to reduce the enemies because it apparently wasn't following the thing where it's supposed to limit how many it spawned. It was just going, nope, I'm just going to ignore this number. And I'm like, but how are you ignoring this number? Whatever.
Cover. Don't even try.
She went down here, right? No? Anyway. I'll get Fortuna out of here, and then can't wait to play my 10-minute tarot game. I'm gonna move the tarot game so that like it's gonna be you'll unlock her, and then over time you'll unlock the various tarot games. And maybe I'll have an item you have to find to unlock it, like a quest you have to solve for each of the ones in order to play the larger tarot games and get the other abilities. Almost certainly gonna do that. I think a lot of it was it's just I didn't have enough content to really do that yet. There's too many of these things. These things can really spam. Kind of annoying. They remind me of the weird little mages in Diablo, where they just get so many of them, they just spam like crazy. Look at that, they're just going nuts. You can't even hit them because they're stuck in something, it looks like.
Boom, baby.
You're welcome.
Yes, yes, I did that.
Boom, baby.
I mean, I'm responsible technically for all this stuff. I put it in the game.
Don't even try.
Yes, yes, I did. Some people came up with some ideas, that's true.
Don't even try.
But I put them all in the game. It was my own decision to go, yeah, that idea is great. Let me put it in the game. And most of the ideas were my fault. For better or worse. Probably worse. Some people had some really good ideas. I mean, a lot of the changes to this game have been made because people suggested something. Even if I don't always go exactly with their idea. I usually take their idea to heart and go
Take cover.
something kind of like their idea. Unless your idea is
Don't even try.
add like humans to the attic. That clearly doesn't make sense. But
Don't even try. Take cover.
does it, Shadow Dragon? Does it have a pro?
Don't even try. Take cover.
IR finished.
Boom, baby.
That's true. I can definitely laugh at that. I've gone out of my way to make the game intentionally easier because I assume the average player hasn't played it as often as I have.
Take cover.
I didn't want to run into that problem. I'd rather err on the side of the game being easier because I do not...
I need more energy.
I mean, I've just played it so many times and I'm just exploiting a lot of things. So the average player's not even going to know to
Cover.
just
Boom,
make a
baby.
break for it so they can avoid a lot of these fights, or that the enemies are even endless.
Boom, baby.
I don't tell them the enemies are endless, but I think they'll figure it out in short order.
Boom, baby.
Cover.
I'll tell them the lore reason why they're actually endless. Like the first victim is just resurrecting them over and over to mess with you. That hurts. I need to remember to block those.
Boom, baby.
I usually only need like 4 to 6 heals to often win unless I'm being really sloppy.
Take cover.
Boom,
But I gave them twice that because I figured they would be terrible.
Take cover.
There are people who have far better, like, reaction time than I do.
Cover.
So they'll probably be like, yeah, it's too many. Yeah, it's cursed. I don't have to explain this really, probably.
boom, baby. Boom, baby.
I don't know. At some point, I have Tinka explain random things, but only just offhandedly. And usually you got to kind of pry him out of her because she'll deflect. Like she doesn't want to tell you for whatever reason.
Boom, baby. Boom, baby. Boom, baby. Boom, baby. Boom, baby. Boom.
All the characters you need in evade like this one are actually all the bosses. Like I need the next balance is gonna have them all have evades.
Boom, baby.
Anna's evade's pretty good, but the other ones can often just get stuck, and Anna does not get stuck usually. She does have one hole in her AI. Though.
Boom, boom, baby.
Yeah.
Boom, baby.
Well, I've actually added in quests now that force you to go back into the areas if you want to get all the upgrades. There's actually collectibles, 2 collectibles that spawn in every one of the areas, but only after you've unlocked the people who give you the quest. It doesn't say the quest though up there. I probably need to set that up for a later version.
Boom, baby.
I actually had to restructure it so that the tarot quest doesn't keep coming back
Boom,
because of those quests.
baby. Boom, baby.
Take cover.
Boom, baby. Boom, baby. Boom, baby.
Take cover.
Boom, baby.
Take cover. Take cover.
Boom, baby. Boom, boom, baby. Boom, boom, baby. Boom, baby.
I'm gonna retool how Anna even works, honestly.
Boom, baby.
Also, for some reason she has a glowy on her. I don't know if that's happening, but whatever.
Boom, baby. Boom, baby. Boom, baby.
But because her new look is, well, first of all, more of an actual model and not just
Congratulations.
like one of those crappy dolls with no joints, but she has claws too, so she's like, able to try and, cut the player up, so she will be more aggressive by far. Also, I mean, come on, the lore is that they're cannibals. They eat other dolls, but they're cowards, so she makes things dark and then tries to be an assassin. That's actually how they're supposed to work, and there's actually 2 other versions of them that already have stuff like that. I just haven't put them in yet. But that might get added in Prototype 4 too, the other versions of the toys. The mean versions. Because there's like usually a Berserker version and then a Shadow version. Or I guess there's a Poison and a Cold version for a couple of them. Usually the Shadow versions do considerably more damage, but are so much harder to see and they move slower. And the Amiibo ones inflict darkness with all their attacks too. Originally there was one where like Anna had an attack if darkness ever got to like 200, it just instant killed you. But I took it out on the grounds of there's no easy way to cure darkness at the moment, so it was kind of, it needs other systems to support it.
Ready?
I was gonna have things where if you were really just too crappy at it, the game punished you for it. Ultimate attacks and everything. I'll probably have things that check for if the enemy's hit points are, actually the boss hit points are below a certain point, and then give them different tactics later too, but that is a different time and a different place in a land far, far away. In the land of Prototype 6 or 7 or 12. Maybe 12. Let's keep raising the number up until eventually it's stupid. That sounds right here, right? Nope. Usually it's better to do that. My memory sucks today. Prototype 5 million. Oh, I had the key on the wrong button there. I should have the finger on the wrong button. I wanted to test and see if she went up and down. That's what I was doing there. I've tested it many times. What if? And I'm just saying I test it one more time. Always one more time. Yes. I'll do 44 next. I usually like to do this one first now. Oops, whatever. Oh, nope, it's the other man in black. I get confused sometimes. Nope, other man in black. Oh, the two lions are next to each other. How handy. You are really hoping for that to happen. The two of them next to each other plan. Where did I see that? Nope. Different sun thing, not a star. It's in random places every time. Otherwise, it'd be so much easier, and I would have no problem just doing it every time, but my memory gets worse and worse as time goes by. I just saw that. I blanked on where it was. Probably look over at the chat, and I look back, and I'm like, wait a minute. Yeah, I usually prefer to do 44 first here. Right there. This one's here, now we're looking for that. Oh, that's the people in white. There he is. Now I tried it where you can only have two open, and the thing was it just was less fun. It actually has its own form of strategy where you do mass flips like that. I don't know. It also takes a long time at that point. I'm like, oh god. Now I can just, like, rapid click nervously like that, and it's more exciting, I think. Yeah, once we're down to a few, it's not that hard to figure out, but the biggest problem is the more I play this, the more I remember past times where things were at. So I don't, it's like, oh yeah, that was there, and like, wait a second. That was the other time I played this. It happens a lot. Because it's just been that many times that I played it that it just, I don't know. Over time, it's just like, it was there somewhere, I think. Oh. Oh yeah, I'm not even worried about that. I literally just brute force it now because I don't, I look away and look back over and over, and I get confused on where things were. They'll look over at the chat and I'll look back at this and like, nope. Nope. Also, I wouldn't make it 40 moves anyway. I want the game to be fun. Like, at some point, it becomes super unfun if you make it, like, really punishing. Then you get the average RPG Maker game where they're like, it's super grindy and that's content. And I'm like, oh god. This is why nobody wants to play it, because it's boring. Don't get me wrong, I kind of find this, this particular thing boring now after having done it this many times. I have to stop looking away so I remember where things are at. I'm not gonna lie, at this point I kind of don't even pay attention to where they're at, and I just kind of let go the last thing I looked at. Like, I don't even remember anything I'm looking at anymore. It's been too many times, I don't even care. I'm definitely going to put a limit on the number of moves so it forces you to actually have to think it through. It's just going to be a fairly forgiving number. It's not going to be like, oh, 40 moves with like 22 matches. Because it's random, so it's going to be really hard to... I mean, like, you're going to have to get lucky, basically, to win with 40 moves. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I'll probably make a thing where there is really just... You have to do the moves or you don't get anything. And I'll make a cost for it. But I am going to make it far more forgiving. Far more forgiving. Maybe later on I'll include a really hard mode just with a reward for that, I guess. But we'll see on that. I don't know. Oh, I'm not going to try that because the problem is there's a luck element. Like, you need a certain number of guess ones where you can just take a look and see because they're random. So it'd be like winning the lottery to get it in 12. Like, it wouldn't happen. Because there's no strategy you can do to guarantee you get it in 12. Because as soon as you click one, then click another, if they don't match, you lose. That was what would happen, and you'd have no way of knowing. So you'd have to just sit there and retry it over and over and over for that first time. Like, you need a certain number of free ones, essentially. More realistically, for if there's like 12 matches, you're probably going to need at least 24 potential tries, if not more. But because otherwise, it's just never going to happen. Nobody wants to have to reset it every time, because then you'd be like, oh, did I get the first two? No, I got to restart. Oh, I got the first two? No, I got to restart. Yeah. Well, like I say, 12 moves is not even extreme luck. 12 moves is win the lottery luck. You can never, ever be wrong. Not even once. So on the next time you click, those have to be right too, and yeah. So extreme luck is probably 24 moves to start with. Because of the number of starting ones where you're going to miss almost certainly by just, the fact of the nature of what it is. Well, remember, the first guess is going to be, you're going to have to do 1 in 24 and then 1 in 23. And the next guess is going to be, if you're assuming you're right, the next guess is 1 in 22 and 1 in, 21. I mean, and then, like, you have to, like, you start multiplying that out, and it is like winning the lottery. You're not going to win this. Like, it's real bad. So you're going to need probably about 24 attempts to have any hope on that. Oh, I haven't beat this yet. Okay, I was like, wait a minute, is it broken? Oh, God. Why is it broken? I think it just double would actually be, like, already really hard.
I sense danger. Don't even try.
Not saying I can't have a really hard mode, but... Well, I mean, like, you're still going to make a bunch of guesses where you have to simply look and see what the cards are. You remember he doesn't even factor in until you've already looked at some of the cards, which means you've wasted a bunch of attempts. So with 24, you're given 12 different flips, essentially, to memorize what they are, which means you can flip all the cards once. And at that point, okay, well, if you have 12 pair flips, I should say, if you only have 12 actual flips out of 24 cards, then you don't have enough to use your memory. You would actually need 24, like, fake flips. So, well, there's not a smart way if you never get to see the cards. the way to really do it, if you want to make it a memory-based game, would be to put all the cards out there flipped face up, and then flip them down. And then I could give you less attempts, because then you've seen the cards. But otherwise, until I do that, you're going to need literally one attempt for every single card that you can waste.
Don't even try.
Well, the problem is even with 12 flips, if there are 24 cards, you haven't seen 12 of the cards. So you are still guessing the other 12 times, and there's no way to cheat that. If it's 12 paired flips, then you can do it, because you'll have seen every card. But if I set it up like that, then the strategy will be go flip every card once, woohoo,
Take cover.
and then
I wonder where I can find that.
you'll have to go
Cover.
and remember what they are as you're flipping them, and then you can do it, and then you have to be right on every other attempt. Well, how are you supposed to cheat? I mean, like, literally, if you haven't seen the cards, you're going to have to flip a card.
You're welcome.
I mean, you can potentially get lucky on some of them, but if you've never seen the cards, you're not going to get lucky very often.
Don't even try.
You might get lucky, like, you see me go through and flip them all like that and try to get the two next to each other luck.
Don't even
It doesn't happen very often, as you can see. But let's say you get one on that, then you got 2 additional flips extra. But if you only had 12 extra flips total, you would never see all the cards. So it would be, at that point, there's no cheat. It's all pure luck. And yeah, you need a bunch of flips there.
Don't even try.
If you show the cards, well, if I show all the cards first, sure. But if I don't show the cards to all the cards to the player, then they need 1 flip for every single card as a bonus before they can even do the rest of it.
Don't even try.
Well, yeah, but the screenshot doesn't work either, and the reason it doesn't work is you don't see all the cards. You still have to flip them all once. That's what I'm saying. Like, and if I don't literally show them all at the start, which I don't have set up yet, then you literally have to waste 1 flip on every single card to see what the card is. There's no memory involved until you've actually seen the cards, which is what I'm saying. You're like, sure, you can screenshot it, but if you haven't flipped the card, screenshotting it does nothing.
Don't even try.
So if I reset it so that it literally shows them all first and then give you limited attempts, that's different. That's a memory game. But this is pure guesswork for the first X guesses, and then it's a memory game once you've done that.
Don't cross me. Hey, buddy.
And to be honest, I think I like the idea of showing them all first and then making it less tries, because having to randomly flip them isn't very good. Well, if there are 44 cards and you flip them all, that doesn't mean you know where the other cards are, where the matches are. Yeah, you're just not paying attention to the fact that the other 22 cards you wouldn't know. Like, you don't know where they're located. So if there are 44 cards, you're going to need 44 flips to know what each of the cards is, and then you can know which ones match.
Go there.
22 flips doesn't show you that. Well, yeah, screenshotting those 22 cards is fine, but then you still don't know what the other 22 cards are. You would only know what 22 of the cards are of the 44, and then you have to luck the other 22, which is why 22 flips isn't going to work.
Destroy.
If you want to do it like that, then you're still, that's still impossible. You need extra flips. Even with screenshotting, it doesn't help because you have to flip them all once to have seen. If you have 22 flips and you get to flip 2 cards per flip, that means you flip every card once and then you lose. And screenshotting it won't help because you'll have wasted all your flips just seeing what the cards were.
Take cover.
Destroy.
I wouldn't go there. I wouldn't go there.
Destroy.
I wouldn't go there.
I should move him out to a central area that I can run circles around him. Much easier to fight if I do that.
Lovely.
And then just running back through this like a normal person.
Destroy.
Come on, get near me. Get near me.
Go there.
Okay.
Destroy.
I really do think the end plan is just to flip all the cards and then give them a limited number of attempts, but it's going to be...
Take cover. Lovely.
Heal was a little slow there. Taking a lot of damage.
I wouldn't go there.
Keep looking away from the screen. It's taking me longer to do. That's okay though. It's worth it.
I wouldn't go there.
Come on. Oh, I need to change this projectile. It's going to stay a sword for now, but it's supposed to be an axe. I'm not changing. I don't care right now.
Destroy.
Uh-oh.
Lovely.
Destroy.
That was a mistake on my part. Doesn't matter. I have like a lot of heals. Got him. Got him, boys.
Don't even try. Don't even try.
I mean, if they want to sit there and screenshot every little thing, let them. I don't care.
Don't try.
That's just fine. I mean, literally, with the way it's set up now, screenshotting isn't even very good. You have to sit there and race through them really fast to click, and then screenshot. And then you have to do it with a bunch of other ones, and then screenshot. I mean, it's better than just randomly clicking, I'm sure, but if they really want to do that, I'm not worried about it. Let them. Like, it's fine.
Hey.
I think a lot of people have this weird impression that they need to, you know, they're almost like against the player, a lot of devs, but
Hey.
if they want to, you know, if they found their workaround to cheat their way through it and they were all excited about it, I'm happy for them.
Bye.
Yeah, like, I don't know, like, I'm not really that big on punishing the player. I think that's
Are you ready?
a lot of devs do that. I want you to find out little things that break the game. I want this to be a thing. That's why Skyrim is so fun. It's not a balanced game at all. All these things break it all the time. And not break it as in it doesn't work. Plenty of things do that too, but they make it where, you know, there's things you figure out that are really good, really overpowered, and I want that. There's nothing more boring than a game that's perfectly balanced. Let's put it that way. If you could ever achieve it, it just leads to a game that's not very fun.
Are you ready?
So if your idea of cheating my game is to alt-tab a screenshot, cool.
I said
Yeah, you should get achievements for breaking the game. Please do. Find these secrets. Do it. It's more fun that way. I'm finding holes in the AI right now. I'll probably leave half of them in anyway, because, okay. That just means the player can find them too, and that's fun.
Don't even try.
Some things I'm going to patch out, like the mob gets stuck on something. That's not very fun, but, you know, if you can find a hole in the AI, how it performs, I like that. Yeah. And see, that's fun. Everyone enjoys breaking the game.
Don't even try.
There's never any point where you go, oh man, I broke this game, that's terrible, unless your game crashed. Not that way. We'll assume that, you know, you found something overpowered. Everyone's happy when that happens.
Don't even try.
So as the game gets more and more complicated, I'm just going to add more things in that are going to be like that. It's okay. Seems fair to me. Mm.
Don't even try.
I mean, hey, you know, if they can find a way to infinite health, that's cool. Works for me. I got no problem with that. Unless the health is just always infinite. You know, if it's not, they're not breaking it. Like if they didn't have to discover anything, then I would have a problem. If the game was actually literally broken, but you know, if you can find an exploit, cool. Go ahead.
Try.
Exploit away. So maybe the last one's in the corner here.
Don't even try.
Last two. Let's get Venetia out first before I fight Snuggle On the plus side, everything is worth. These things just are not even threatening. Like, they're kind of broken. I don't like them. I'm gonna leave them as they are, though. Oh, hey, Bob from the Epic Stickman Show. How's it going?
Congratulations.
Of course, we will just call you Bob, as you said that. Seems very good to me. How are you doing, Bob? Why did I leave? Oh my god.
Are you ready?
Defeated. Oh no. Whatever. I wanted to collect the things again. 100%. Let's see what happens by doing that. Okay, it does reset.
I sense danger.
Also, Venetia's here too. Oh, good. Good, you're doing well.
Don't even try. Don't even try.
If I recognize you, I mean... Well, there's a guy named Fearless who shows up all the time and changes his name, so... You could be Fearless, I suppose.
I wonder where I can find that.
That's right, we'll never know. It is your secret identity. Hopefully you have a mask you wear. Yes. Hopefully it's a sinister villain mask or something. With a fake mustache and everything. I have absolutely no idea what that is, but you know. It's cool that you have it. I can get behind that.
Don't even try.
I know what Roblox is. I've never played it, but at least I know what it is. I remember when I used to have time to play games. Man, what a wonderful time that was in life. Then I got into game dev. Make games, they said. Because you like games, therefore you'll want to make games. Yeah, well, they don't tell you you don't get to play games anymore.
Don't even try.
Just test your own.
Don't even try.
There are currently 5 people here. Shadow Dragon, Blinded Journeyman are here, and then a couple watchers who... Well, Mike might still be watching. He hasn't talked in a while. But he could be here. He's often lurking. If I just keep streaming all the time, eventually we'll just have a whole community of people here who will chat. Perfect, perfect. The time for beating this game is going to be way off since I basically replayed an area, but that's okay.
Don't even try.
I haven't seen Katagi today either. He usually shows up pretty much at some point every one of things. Sometimes One Man Indie shows up. There was another person, a developer who I talked to for a while, and then I got him in Unreal Engine. He said he's going to be back in a week showing me what he learned. He never came back. Very sad. You got him all excited about Unreal Engine. Where is the last card? Is it in the central area somewhere? Did I break it by leaving and then coming back in? Because that would be something good to know. I mean, the odds that you would do that's pretty low, but...
Don't even try. Don't even try.
There we go.
I wouldn't go there. I wouldn't go there.
Let's get him caught on something. And then not stand too close because this thing does a lot of damage. Nope, nope, you're doomed, buddy. I know the hole in your AI.
I need more mana. I need more mana.
I'll have to wait for more mana here, but that's okay. I nearly killed him already.
Take cover.
Lightning Storm's probably the only one that's even remotely balanced. Aw. I know how far before you trigger your move towards me thing, don't I? That's right. And that's exactly why I can sit there at just the right thing there. Yeah, it's a fearless thing. You get used to it. With random, the random things, yeah.
Don't even try. Congratulations.
Well, the good news is I'll end up saying fearless a bunch of times over this. I hope you've been counting, because I haven't counted how many times I've said fearless, so it's gonna be a while. But you're gonna have to keep, saying things until then to convince me to keep saying it. Otherwise, I'm just saying I'll stop saying it, and then you'll be all like on bated breath. I'll be like on 14, and I won't say it for hours. Just be that guy. Like, really, really.
Hi.
All right. That boss is clearly exploitable. Clearly needs to be fixed. Oh. Oh, she wants to talk. On the plus side, other than the game being horribly imbalanced, it hasn't broken yet. Even though I did a replay of a level and screwed all that up, it still didn't break. It's very exciting. Huh. How many we got?
Welcome. Hello.
I apparently found 0 of them. Oh, wait. Huh. $27. Let's get that there, but
Hello.
huh. It was saying something weird when I did that, but I picked up a note and it was fine.
Are you ready?
I might need to look carefully at that. There might be a broken thing there. Oh, there's technically 6 concurrent viewers. Technically. And yet there's only 5. As you can see, there's 6 and 5. 6 and 5. Fair enough. I never can understand the secrets of YouTube. It is complicated.
Hey. Hello.
There was actually a bonus thing I could have gotten, but I didn't grab it. Oops. See, if I just never say fearless like 15 times, right? It's kind of like not saying Beetlejuice 3 times over. You say it twice, and then Beetlejuice just sits there and constantly does more things to get attention. Yes, yes. This is the life hack here, or streamer hack. Yes.
Are you ready?
gonna make note to put clues in. Put clues in for the locations of Van and Clock's collectibles. Yeah, so we have our very own Beetlejuice. I heard they're doing a remake of that. Let's all try to act surprised and fail. And they said it was going to be with, you know, still Michael Keaton, because in order for a movie to succeed in Hollywood now, it has to have the original star somehow resurrected. And then, not really resurrected, but, you know, they digitally de-aged them. And then, Jenna Ortega. So you can have Wednesday, because, you know, obviously the lady playing, what was her name? I don't even remember her name. The daughter character. I don't know. She had a name. It was probably a good name. But obviously she probably looks terrible and can't pass as, you know, that, but Michael Keaton can still pass as Beetlejuice, evidently.
Are you ready?
I guess to be fair, Beetlejuice did... Lydia, there you go. Thanks. I guess to be fair, Beetlejuice, you know, is covered in makeup. It did look like he was dead anyway, so if Michael Keaton looks like crap with makeup on, it's perfectly fine. Completely acceptable. Just saying. Just saying. Alright, I have all the things from the areas except for Fortuna's ones, and then I have to go back into all the little areas. I didn't think this through for testing, but I have yet to ever test this.
Are you ready?
But this is a thing that I assume exactly 0 people will do, because I don't even want to do it right now. And let's go back in each of these levels and find the remaining collectibles. The time's way off, probably by about 5 minutes or something. I kind of want to watch Beetlejuice again. It's funny, as a kid, I didn't even like the movie all that much.
Danger.
I didn't appreciate it more till I was an adult. It might have been that my older brother was super into all those weird little creepy things and made a point of watching it so often that I really didn't like it anymore.
Take cover. Take cover.
Oh, that's right, I have the better block now. Oh my god, the better block. Yeah, I need a quest indicator for those things there.
Take cover. Don't even try.
What are you talking about? The new one will be full of all the weird little, like, political propaganda and, you know, be rehashes of the same ideas. Why wouldn't that be a great movie? Doesn't that sound exciting? That's exactly what I wanted. That's every remake now. I'm just like, oh god, I don't even want you to remake it.
Take cover.
Please don't.
Take cover. Take cover. Don't even try.
Can't wait until Beetlejuice is a woman and Lydia is, like, you know, Mexican or something. Oh wait, Jenna Ortega is Mexican. My bad. Actually, she's she might not be from Mexico. She's of some descent around there, but I could be off on the exact there. And I'm sure the story would be entirely about Lydia too. To be fair though, the original Beetlejuice was actually quite a bit about Lydia. 100%, it really was a lot about her. I mean, like, Beetlejuice was the shock and awe fun character, but it was a lot of her problems and trying to, and it was also about the couple that had recently died. It wasn't literally all about Beetlejuice, but yeah, I'm not expecting much. All right, can I even find these collectibles? Do I even want to find these collectibles?
Take cover.
I shrunk the areas down. Problem is I might have accidentally already found them and not realized it. Yeah, I don't know. This idea seems way too half-baked. I already hate it.
Congratulations.
Maybe if I just spawn them in. Half-baked idea is half-baked. I'll go check inside this one for the others.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I need a quest location thingy to give them an idea. Nobody's going to look for these.
I sense danger.
I mean, they'll look for the ones in the 2D areas. I think as I get more 2D areas, I'm also going to have more point-and-click style quests, I think. Yeah, otherwise you just got to try to find them, and they'll appear on the map and I think stay in play, so maybe not though. No, they should work like the tarot cards. Yeah, I don't know.
I need more energy. Don't even try. Don't even try.
I think I might just say okay and leave it as it is, and if you really want to try to find them, go ahead, but it's almost certainly getting changed later. I don't want to look for these. Not at all.
Don't even try.
Probably my impatience from having had to do this so many times at this point. I'm definitely wanting to kick this out the door real bad.
Don't even try.
I found them before, but I found only a handful of them. I never find them all.
Congratulations.
But I always find the ones in the 2D areas. Well, not always, but I often find them. Maybe it'll be a 3.1 patch. Yeah, that's it. Or a 4.1 patch. Yeah. We'll have mini patches.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm gonna put them all in 2D areas. I don't want to have to go back in levels like that. Or I need to get more reasons to go back in levels, or some sort of way to find them, or something. Make them actually a lot more possible.
Are you ready?
I think some are going to be buyable. I'll just have a list of where each one is, and then... I could technically just write that in the dialogue thingy for each one right there, and just like a quick little thing saying this is where it is.
Are you
Like,
ready?
and that'd probably be acceptable.
Hello.
There's 8. I already turned in 10. I found 4. It's the odd ones that are in the levels. But I didn't even find the one for in Don Fluffles' area, and technically you can find that. Yeah. They're not technically broken, but they feel broken. Whatever. It's enough to beat this game.
Hello.
Technically, I found 8. I actually found one inside one of the areas. By accident. Probably when I went back in. Almost certainly. Alright, I'm going to save after all that. I don't want to do that again. Now for the real moment of truth.
Bye. Are you ready?
Also, I've been standing for 3 hours and 53 minutes. I think before I do this, I'm going to switch my
I sense danger.
desk to a sitting position. All right. I'm glad I shrunk the maps to half the size. Oh my god.
Take cover.
Later on they'll get bigger, sure, but they just need more to do. It really is the Unreal Engine problem of having that area that's like, oh, you can make this map that's like miles and miles across, but so what? It's this empty map. How fun is that? There's nothing to do in it.
I wonder where I can find that. Never.
Hello, Binky.
I wouldn't go there. I wouldn't go there. I wouldn't go there. I wouldn't go there.
Oh.
I wouldn't go there.
You know, it's funny. If you saw in the other testing, the heart was working, but now it's not.
I wouldn't go there.
Anybody notice that? Like it was saying how much health that boss has had.
I wouldn't go there.
Maybe in how I skip it, it does that, and it doesn't turn on correctly. That's okay. I mean, it makes it almost more interesting to not know how much health they have. Almost. I'll leave it as it is and then test it the other way too. I kind of like both, but for different reasons.
Take cover. I wouldn't go there. I wouldn't go there.
You are finished. Are finished. You are finished. Are finished.
I wouldn't go there.
Come over here, buddy. What you searching for? Huh? Huh? What you doing? What you doing, pal, friend? Buddy? Oh, Fearless, stop talking. Did I say it 15 times already? Is that what happened? I think I broke him or something. Or the meth ran out. If the meth ran out, you know, that's gotta suck. I just assume for Fearless, it's literally like Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas or something. Just go along on the way to Vegas doing every drug imaginable.
Boom, baby.
You are finished.
Boom, baby.
That movie's like so much better the first time and so crappy every time afterwards.
Finished. You are
It just loses so much of its charm when nothing is a surprise anymore.
finished.
Boom, baby.
You are finished.
Boom, baby.
Oh, nice.
Boom, baby.
Said boom baby and then he popped up on the other side like some sort of weird
Finished.
Boom,
whack-a-mole.
baby.
You are
Boom,
finished.
baby.
You are finished. You are finished.
How much harder would this game be if it was melee based? Oh my god. It really would be Dark Souls.
Take cover.
You are finished.
Take cover.
You are finished.
At least they give you the better block.
You are finished. You are finished. You search and destroy and destroy.
Want to search and destroy right over here, pal? Friend? No? You want to go over there? No, that's unfortunate.
You are finished.
I wouldn't go
You are
there.
finished.
Over here, buddy. Pal, friend. Want to play?
You are finished. You are finished.
I wouldn't go there.
I too wouldn't go there.
Stop. Take cover. Energy.
Where'd you go, Anna?
Energy.
She's just hiding over here, huh? Just do her thing?
Don't even try.
A basic projectile might actually kill her faster. Because now it does 2 damage per shot. So when I managed to get those 5 hits, that was 10 damage to her, which, I mean... He usually moves out of the way of a lot of things. There's firewalls that benefit of you don't have to stand there. On the plus side, it's been like 60 FPS the whole time so far, but to be fair, usually Anna's where it starts messing up. Exploit her teleport. That's the hole I found in her AI. Well, she's still, you know, teleporting. You can hit her at any new area she teleports to, so if you happen to be paying attention, you can actually screw her up pretty hard if you want to. Come on, pal, friend, buddy. Come hang out.
I wouldn't go there.
Double it up. Twice the fun. Double the mana cost. Take your damage and like it.
Destroy.
I wouldn't go there. I wouldn't go there.
Double it up. Double or nothing, buddy. Take all that damage and like it. Oh yeah, take it. Oh, slow sucks so hard.
Destroy.
Don't fight that. That's a bad spot. This is a much better spot. Until you get hit by that. That wasn't very good there.
I wouldn't go there.
Destroy.
I wouldn't go there.
How you doing, buddy? Figured he'd be dead pretty soon. Oh, yep, use your thingy. Use your roar. Do it. Do it. Use your roar. Yes. Use it. Keep using it. Your roar is terrible. I know exactly how far I need to stand from you to screw you up. This is such hacks against this thing. I thought it was so smart when I made this attack, and then I realized I could stand exactly a certain distance away and just confuse his AI. He'll jump now, but that's okay. I don't want to fight him right there. It's a terrible spot. Oh, shiny. I don't need it, but shiny anyway. I don't want coins. As much as the doll parts make more sense, I really like collecting coins. I'm just going to say it. Everyone likes collecting coins. No one ever goes, oh, look at all this free money on the ground. What a terrible world. Yep. Of course, I got hit by his other man. He does a lot of damage, but... wrecked. And that's what happens when you fought the boss. I don't even know how many times at this point. I literally know exactly where to stand and how to loop him and where to trap him at and everything at this point. Now you do too. That's fine. That's your bonus for watching the stream. Don't say I never give you anything. Yeah. I've been testing each skills against them, finding alternate ways to kill them to see what works the best, and it's definitely yeah. I find it, and that's my favorite part about replaying it. Like just testing these things out. That's why I'm really bothered with balancing it too, because I don't even know how good a lot of the skills are. But I'm putting it. I've done so many tests. At this point, I'm getting a much better idea. Well then, other than those quests being really hard to find and really not having a very good idea, which clearly needs to be improved, it's not broken in any real way. You know what? That's good enough for me. Because I think the number of people who are even going to do that quest is 0. Just 0. I think that 0 people will try it. I'll be surprised when people actually get to the end of the prototype. Once they advertise it more, maybe more people will actually do it, but I'll definitely make a... or get some sort of shorts for it or something so people can actually see the gameplay. And also because shorts are all YouTube pushes, so ports are the best. And I'll post on Twitter and pin the post at the top saying this is the actual playable prototype. You can just have fun with it. Costs you $0. Let me know how it goes. Tell me how bad it is. Yeah, okay, I don't care. Hurry up. Can you make it back to the title screen successfully? So I wanted to see something.
Don't forget me.
There you go. And look, I fixed the error so that the thingies don't appear now. So I don't get the duplicates on the when I'm beating the game. I mean, that'd be cool, you know. If people want to play it, that's. I would definitely not be sad to hear you actually, you know, playing it or hear you playing it. All right, let me bring that stuff up. I'll be editing the Poppet Quest. As of 5:12. Yes. Actually, I'm gonna put some music on while I do this because this is gonna be probably the next half an hour of me messing with these things to get it all set up, and then it'll be ready to download. And good to go. Yes, yes, good to go. Yeah, only 4 hours and 6 minutes into the stream, and we're ready to. I haven't even changed these pictures. I really need to have better promotional stuff. Like, this is old. Haven't added anything. I haven't even updated this page ever. This has already been updated. This is, I mean, I should do more to it. So let me zip the thing first, actually. And then I can put it up. This over here. Not that there's anything on there you can't see, but you know. It could be in other places. Where did you export to? Oh, I have a better idea first. I need to redo this zip here because I want to delete one extra file that doesn't need to be there. I need the event map background. There's this giant picture I have in the background for the event map that literally is just there just so I can tell where everything is, because since I don't get pictures on the events, I have no idea. So I'm gonna... It's only like 2 megabytes after I've compressed it, so it's not like it's the end of the world, but you know, I'm gonna save you those few seconds of download. Because I'm a wonderful person like that, you know, and those few seconds are just time you'll never get back. You could then now waste on some random YouTube video that is probably just some pointless, you know, drama crap. Yes, yes, of course. Also, I can do a devlog while I'm doing this. Prototype. Oh, Prototype 3 released. Yes. I guess I need a Prototype 3 logo. What did the other devlog look like? I don't remember. Also, this giant thing at the top says Prototype 1, right? I've never changed it. I guess I gotta redo the page there. But that's okay, I'll do it in a second. So I need to make another prototype 3. Thingy. How big is this one? Oh, save it. Balance patch will be real good. So it is absolutely huge. Good job, me. Way to save, you know, the extra download there at itch. That's why I laugh. Most of the web pages are like so much bigger than all this crap anyway. And they're like, I gotta save a few megs on my game. Do you? Is anyone gonna notice? Really? Like, how crappy is your internet connection? Must be awful if that's the case. Ah, yes. Complexities are endless. Yes. Prototype 3. Yes. Is this thing done uploading to... Itch's upload takes forever, by the way. Whatever. Find that real quick. Yep. This one should be significantly easier. Where I just copy pasta a bunch of stuff in. And yeah, let's just call it square. Maybe do that. Does it have the... Where are the images at? I mean, did it really just upload them all that fast? Or is it from somewhere else? Or is it... I guess it could upload that fast, right? Maybe? Sadly, it doesn't keep track of a lot of things, but it does keep track of at least that. Anyone? Whoa, buddy. Apparently want to do it all, huh? I'm actually missing some of the new abilities, aren't I? I think I am, actually. Where does it say improvements? Is content added, I guess. I guess I don't really need that. It can just be done like that. Yeah, maybe I'll just make this normal. I mean, that's actually quite a bit of stuff that got added. I'm not gonna lie. There's definitely definitely a number of things got added this time around. For I guess a 2.5 week update, since I didn't work on it at the start of the thing. I guess I gotta make one. Do I? I guess I can. Make one real fast. Something to show off. Where are my renders at? All these characters that haven't added yet. Our old snuggle here. Well, actually, I get the feeling it might actually only show the center or shrink it. It says 16 by 9 though, so maybe not. Hard to know how it's gonna look. Also, I can enlarge this a little bit so I have more space to work. Add some more friends in. More friends for me to add in. Apparently, like, me playing through the game was actually way more exciting for people because, like, I had like up to 5 people at one point, and they watched for quite a while. Clear proof that I should just be playing games, not making games. There's an endless appetite for making people playing the games. making them now. Well, there is some appetite for people making them. It's not zero. Here's my picture of Don Fluffles. My big picture. Did I not put it anywhere? In paintings? No. No, they're not in there anymore. I could just put a picture of Don Fluffles in there. Just drop it right on in. Not that one. That one's terrible. Because you can't see it. Like instead of having them, I could just have them in there. Sure. Devlog. What's it called? Let's see. It's a cover image. Sure. Is it the literal best image? No. Well, that's okay. There's one thing I've learned, especially doing this, it's that the it's actually just about getting it out there rather than sitting there trying to make it perfect. Because I could easily postpone this update a whole other week if I wanted. Plenty of things I could add. But, I mean, that looks weird. Hopefully it doesn't look like that. We're gonna find out. I mean, I can always add more things to this stuff, man. I guess it's just dumb. Like, even there, I was sitting there going, well, I could tweak this, and I could balance that, and I could do all... No. Just no. No, no, no. Every new thing, I have one more thing I have to run tests for. Oh, God. Well, that reminds me, I haven't done the broken game test either. Or if you go down the wrong thing, I guess I go do that. But before I do that, what are the ability unlocks here? Gotta add those to the thing. I forgot to put them on the list. But they're all in here. Yeah, that's definitely the other thing. I hear on that one in Blinded Dream. I literally have, you know, had many. It took me a while to convince myself to do a lot of things. I just kind of like a fear thing. But at some point, you know, if you aren't making it for people to try or play, why are you making it? You know. Wait. This is just adding +1 to these two. The 265 and 267. But it adds to the levels, of course. Stupid me. That's how you level them up. So Firewall and Ice Blast level 2. Okay. He's hands off the keys. Yeah, at some point, like, the thing to always remember is the greatest enemy you'll ever encounter is your own mind. Like, literally, you'll imagine every horrible thing possible. And, you know, I guarantee you that every horrible thing possible is not going to happen. Maybe only half of them, but still, it won't be as bad as you think. But it's easy to imagine everything being horrible and everyone hating everything you do and blah, blah, blah. And some people will hate what you do. It's a given, but some people will like it, right? I didn't decide to, you know, just start streaming. Like, you know, I would have been sitting on this forever. This game would never be close to where it is now. Not at all. And it's literally, I had like a couple test streams and I'm sitting there going, I finally did, like, you know, I was like finally going, well, I'll just, the third one I was like, I'll just, you know, I'll just do it live. I'll just do it. And I was like, oh, you know what? I'm just going to release the other two, the test streams, because who cares? You know, like, if someone really wants to look at them, I mean, like, they weren't great, but whatever. I was so much more worried about them, and it turned out it didn't really matter one bit. At some point, most people don't really care. It's just those 4 abilities that got released here, I think. There's no other level 2s. Yeah. Alright, so what's Ice Blast 2 do? That's why I also just tell everyone, just stream, just try it. If you happen to be streaming during a time when I'm awake and free, I'll even drop by and say hi. Unfortunately, the amount of time that I am awake and free is decidedly low between the amount of time I stream and then also working. So there's not a lot of free time in my day, but if I do happen to have free time, I do try to swing by. Granted, business has been pretty crappy lately due to the economy, so I haven't really done as much work. So it has made streaming longer more possible. Actually, level 2 of this kind of sucks. Yeah, it does. Did I ever increase level 2? I don't think I did. I mean, here you go. I guess. I mean, it's just for the later version, I guess. I already uploaded the other ones. It's too late. Increased duration. Yeah. It's not a lot of a duration increase. I think I actually did do something different, though. What did I do different? There's something different about it. Or duration might be handled differently. Let me double check that. I think it is. Because I think the time is actually just how far it travels. Unless I forgot to add it. It's okay, it's really hard to unlock anyway, so. If you don't find it, it's fine. Okay, it spawns 291. What's 291 do? What doesn't 291 do? Does everything. Literally everything. Duration. Oh, I already doubled the duration. What a wonderful person I am. This can just be this. This actually just handles how far the projectile travels. That's what it was. Doubles the freeze duration. I knew I made it really good because it's so hard to unlock. You deserve it. Alright, well that about covers all the improvements involved with this. Let me go ahead and hit OK on this because I need to change this page to include all the stuff. And then it's done uploading, right? It should be by now. Executable, zip, blah, blah, blah. Save. Missing token. What's missing? What's missing token? Over here, I guess. Oh. You know what? Screw that, hippie. All those things sound weird. No. Wait, where's the other devlog? Missing token? What's missing? Do I have to hit one of these things? Does it need that? Don't publish it. Can I save it at least? Well, these are for long form discussions, I guess. We'll say major, I guess. Well, I mean, none of these are long form discussions. I think if you pick one of these, it switches. Yeah, it switches to one of those. So it literally, you pick one or the other. And it's just that, because it is pretty major changes. Add an image. Upload an image, I guess. Select an image. I don't really need to upload any particular images because all the images are already in here. Unless it just wants one. Yeah, it says it's optional, but I'm trying to figure out what the missing token is. It doesn't say. Yeah. That's why I'm all confused. I'm like, but it should work. Do I need a tag? It doesn't say optional, I guess. That's more Diablo, I guess. Kinda. Cursed Toys. Is that I spelled it right? Am I spelling it right? I'm spelling it right. Oh, I misspelled it pretty bad. Listen. Sometimes I spell bad. I don't know. Does that make you happy, buddy? Pal? Friend? I do have it set to dark mode, so it's possible I can't see something that is trying to tell me it doesn't like. But otherwise, Oh, what's the reason? Nope. Contains too much? What says missing token? How is... Huh. I guess I added this. Let me move that over there. To the other one here. One of the things that these are like were from somewhere else, I guess. So maybe, just maybe, I need to actually directly upload these to there. Let's assume that's a thing, right? Because they're added just from somewhere else and not from where they should be. So who knew this would be what trips me up? We'll have to see. Like I say, I'll put all my images up first, and then I'll see if that's the case, and if it wants if it's something else, then well, we'll get to that too. Oops. I forgot where I put the image of Don Fluffles. I guess I have that version of him, right? Do I? Why didn't I keep a separate image of Don Fluffles? What's wrong with me? I need to delete all my old renders. Searching through, I'm looking for, there we go. Actually, let's click it this way. I was not as prepared as I thought for this. I really thought I was just had everything all good to go. Now here I am sitting here like going back through my stuff trying to find backup versions of things because I literally wasn't that concerned about keeping them. And Actually, I think I know a place where I kept one of those anyway. So I can't find them on my own computer for some reason. I'll check the forums because I often put things in my. Oh no, I put it as a thing in the front of there, so I didn't even do that. I have a smaller picture of her. Do I want to use a smaller picture? Never mind, I found it. There we go. That was the problem because I copy pasted them over there. It was trying to load them from the other thing. That's a pretty big update there, buddy. Alright, so that means that I gotta change it at the forums now too. Good old forums, woohoo! Wanna search for Poppet Quest. And see all the times I've mentioned it, but not actually the actual thing. I think it's like the last possible thing, yep. Oh, I know what I gotta do. I gotta change the top thing of the itch thingy first, right? It still says prototype 1. Mistakes were made. Indeed, indeed. Mistakes were made. Oh, there's an easy way to get it. Oops. Oh, actually, there's one thing I want to do if I'm going to do it that way. Just so I can get all the particles. Do that for a brief second so I can print screen it. Then I can put it back to that. I don't care after that. For a second here. Alright, we good on that? Close enough. And then I'm pretty certain on that I actually did the little wavy thingy around the sides. Yeah, I did. Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, I guess we'll call it the header. Sure. Yeah. I have a favorite one for this. A little wider there. We'll probably wave it a little more, make it a little less even. Looks better if it's waved a bit. Good enough. I don't want to add the post, I just want to add the actual game itself. But in order to do that, I gotta go to view page. That's the one because I want to edit theme. No, it's actually just edit post, I guess, right? Or the game itself. Where does it decide that image at the top? I know, it's right here. And then oh. Don't like the size of it? Fair enough. How big was the previous one? I guess the other one was just a JPEG. Interesting. Well, I have a plan to compress PNG where I will upload one that it deems too big. And it will go from 3.4 megs to a smaller number that is not known yet. But it is in fact known now. Uh, 933 kilobytes. Beautiful. Thanks, compressed PNG. You're a pal. Now it's even larger and more exciting. That's how you can tell the update is better. Because I made it larger. Yes. It's so ugly. Get rid of that one and put the better one. I gotta update my general description so badly. I don't want to do that right now, though. It's already 7:21 a.m. Writing is not the thing I plan on doing right now if I can avoid it, as I put host updates here. I guess I can eliminate the extra image from there, right? What a weird attachment. It does look better. I don't know why there's a weird attachment at the bottom. It's bizarre. Yeah. Did I ever post the thing there? I guess I did. Let's see here. Get the link here. I'm going to add a thing here. Alright. Do that in a second, but not right now, obviously. Here's a bunch of content that probably nobody will play except for like 2 people in the chat. That's it. But still, new content. Very exciting. Such much wow. Oh look, it actually adds the images. Oh my gosh. You know, what if like, you know, Itch actually did the same thing? Wouldn't that be so cool? I'm a better Tiger Kitty image though. Where did I even put that? I just literally did it, but you know, like I said, it's 7:25 now. I just, my brain's gone by this point. We're past this now. We moved to a higher plane of sure, whatever. I could use a bigger Don Fluffles image. Let's just have the biggest, coolest images. Sure. really want dialogue with the bosses or something, you know, just something to really, you know, give them a personality. Just anything to make it more interesting than just them being something you kill. Soon. Update 4, maybe 5, perhaps 6, but one of these ones will be the one. I should actually make a plan for how far I want this game to go, to be completely honest. I've been not really thinking too hard on it. But there should probably be a real planned goal. Oh, what? I mean, I can just keep adding things to it, make it a very Diablo-style game. It just keeps getting, you know, more and more ridiculous as it goes along. And I guess that is an option. It literally just becomes going through the entire house at some point. The entire mansion. I mean, I think I would almost want it to be a second game at that point, where you just make this game and make it complete and then build the next game off of that. So that it can honestly just have an end. And then if anything happens, at least I'll have a complete game. There's something to be said for that. I think it was actually Siggy who said that, you know, like he's like, oh, you know, the reason why you want to release games so fast is you never know what can happen. Health problems or something come up, you know, or suddenly you don't have the time to work on it anymore. Family happens, you know, who knows what, you get a new job, you burn out, all these things. And, you know, if you put an end on it, you can always start another game. Oops. I copy and pasted that in there because I was testing spelling. All right. It is now available on here and does not show up as the top post. Okay, it does have a top post. Good. And I got a thing here. Yay, loved it. Thank you, Shadow Dragon, for loving it faster than... Actually, did you love that post before I managed to do it? Oh my god, you actually reacted to the post? God, are you a ninja? Just a freaking ninja. It's already loved. Wow. You'd be good at half-minute hero, I'm just saying. Well, thanks for being the fastest liker in the West, evidently. Or the East, or wherever you're at. Yeah, yeah, I need to update it. I'm not doing that. I'm gonna rewrite this and have something for tomorrow, like a short or something. I don't know. I got nothing right now. You can point out all the balance recommendations, like, you know, make a list of the various things you think the balance changes should make, because the next update's going to have a lot of balance things. So if you do that, there's a good chance a lot of those balance things will get put in there or something along those lines. Oh, that's true. I forgot about that. I thought you were trying a weird version of Windows 10 now that had all the spyware removed from it. So you shouldn't even need the 0.72 version, right? Yeah, I think that was the name of it. I remember you mentioning it, but I didn't really ask anything about it. Yeah. You have to let me know how that Ghost Spectre thing goes. See if it's actually like really good or something. Yeah. I remember the thing about Windows 7. I just thought you were trying out that other operating system, so I was like, oh, well, it's not a big problem, but apparently not. There's actually 5 pages worth of updates for Prototype 3, and most of it is pictures, though, to be fair. Be completely fair. Yeah, I definitely need to rest a bit. I am definitely, I was like, maybe I don't even want to stream today because I'm already like, oh gosh. Yesterday I felt horrible. Oh my gosh. By the end of the stream, I was just like, my previous health problems had definitely become much worse. But this stream I haven't felt too bad. I shouldn't be drinking caffeine this late, but here I am, drinking too much caffeine. Oh, cool. Well, let me know how it goes. Like I say, if you want to write down balance updates you or ideas you think should happen, there's a good chance a lot of them will get in there because I don't know, like at least some of them out there. I just have my own stuff to go off for how I played it, and I really don't want to overbalance it to be hard based on my playing, having played it so many times. It's hard for me. It'll be really hard for a normal person. Having more perspectives on that would be really handy. Really handy indeed. Let's see. Yeah. Yep, I will. Yeah, I think I'm definitely going to call it. I was like, I could start another thing. No, I'm not going to start something else right now. Oh my God. I'm such a workaholic. I could easily just get right into the next thing going, yeah, I'll just keep going. No, I literally said I wasn't going to work on the thing there for a little bit. So I will catch everyone later. I am going to take your advice, Shadow Dragon. I'm going to get some rest. Take a break a bit. And maybe, just maybe, do something that isn't Poppet Quest for a little while. I'm probably going to play a game tomorrow night or something like that. I mean to play like Half Minute Hero or something like that. Or just some other weird fun game that's just amusing. I don't know. Something dopey. But yeah. Anyway, I will catch everyone later. Let me know how the game goes. Sleep well for those who get in there. Enjoy the rest of your day for everybody else. And I'm out of here. Later.